What do you guys say? Time to get started? Early warning, bit of a mess. You guys don't usually mind, though. What's up, nerds? Brian Johnson was right. I've ruined my sleep schedule, and I'm dying, but I will do my best to be entertaining because we have so much shit to talk about today. Yeah, Christian, I saw that you had the extension. This extension, you know that I have a fork, right? I probably have to rename it now to Material Theme, but I won't sue or hack you. But yeah, you have an option. I'm still waiting on a bit more info. I wanted to get more confirmation from the VS Code team because they've been doing a bunch of like auditing of the official theme. That's why they removed it, but they're also auditing my fork and a few other things. I was hoping for them to have a good blog post up by now, but they still don't. So I'll definitely talk about it today. I might not film the actual like full video about it today because I want to make sure everything is covered. Ollie, I'm in the video. I helped like I didn't do anything other than help with like packaging a bit and like pacing of the edit, but it's phenomenal. I want to wait for the hour-long like follow-up before I do a video on it, but I absolutely will cover that because it's insane. Not going to snooze ads yet because we're not doing anything important. I was tempted to, but let me thank all the subs, and then I'm going to take the bag out of my tea, spit out my gum, and we can get started for real. We got Kusi starting us off strong with 24 months straight, 27 total. Fucking legend out here. Thank you so much for the support. Lakshay hitting us with the tier 1 for a month. Thank you for joining the sub club. We got Ever here with the Prime, 3 months in. Appreciate each and every one of those. Cooper, Bot Cooper, the legend, the tier 3 for almost 3 years. Absolutely insane. You've been around forever, man. Thank you so much for the support. NMG Twitch starting us off strong with the 5 bomb at almost 150 lifetime on the channel. Jesus Christ, you guys support us too much. Appreciate it so much, man. We got Chris Milk here with the Sup Nerds. 3 months of support. Appreciate that a ton. Everyone hitting their stream streaks. I feel like everyone's stream streak died but yours, Ronan. You're at 75, which is just unbelievable. Shivam here with the 5-month, tier 1, 8 months total. Appreciate that a ton. Demon Wolf, always good to see you. 7 streams. Ryan here with the Prime, 4 months in. Start a VS Code fork that only has malware themes. Depending on which Linux communities you're in, they're going to call VS Code itself malware because it uses Electron. Dear God, yeah, things are kind of crazy, Maple. Always good to see you, though, man. Hope all's well. Got David CA here with the 3 months. Also, Maple, if you're still job hunting, I have some places. We should definitely chat more. I was hoping you'd be down to come to SF for obvious reasons, but if not, we can find something. There's a lot of cool opportunities in the space right now. I forgot to put my phone in D&D, so I'm doing that now. Check one more thing quick. Cool. We got Voxel here with the Doom malware dropped as TypeScript extension to VS Code. Send to steal all your computer's resources, taking weeks to generate a single frame. Quality. Yeah, we'll get you out here for something soon, Addy. Like, absolutely, you need to be out here. So I haven't had a chance to check any DMs. I'm assuming you saw and responded to the group chat that I started with you and Mark, because we definitely want your help on some more things. Awesome. I'll follow up after stream. I'm behind on a billion things. We got Noax here with the Prime, Mike Anobi with the tier 1, Musa with the Prime, Carter Pillow with the Prime, Pisoda on the 31 months. Jesus Christ, y'all have been around forever. Perry the Programmer, 22 months in. C. Villard with the 21. It's the same creator that tried to extort people for cash. Yep, it is. We got Lermatroid, 1 more month until 2 years. Mitchell, 9 months, 26 total, legend. NMG throwing a gift over to AJ. Abo with the Prime. Y Context with the tier 1. Thank you all again for the support. I have a thought on this that I want. Cooper. God damn it, Bot Cooper. It's been so long since you tortured me with the nonstop gifts. Almost at 1,000 lifetime. Jesus fuck. Thank you so much. God. Insanity. Yeah, thank you so much for the support as always, man. If there's any particular topic you want me to prioritize today, as always, let me know. We'll make sure that happens. How does that put you at number 2 right now? Who the hell? Oh, because NMG went ham last stream, and I leave that on like the 1 month timer. That's why. But I wanted to rant about this for a sec. So what I've learned is it starts to seem like a lot of people, how do I put this? It's easy to feel like there's a lot of like hackers and people and all these things happening, but it's almost always the same like very small number of people. No worries. We've all made that mistake, Gamer Girl. As long as you just hit the delete for the message and not like the timeout, make sure they're not timed out. Untime out. Just make sure. Cool. They're good. Yeah, I made that mistake plenty of times. Don't worry. It's the UI for chat is not the most reliable thing for moderation. So on this, the fully vertical UI, did you make that CSS mod? Because I tried it and it was so close, but I had a couple bugs that drove me mad, so I didn't end up doing the vertical. I did all of the others, though. Let me close Media Studio. So I did all the other Vival arc stuff, and it came up pretty good. Let me not neglect YouTube chat so much. Sorry about that. I had to deal with all the subs. Oh, and I missed a member. Thank you so much, Val Alexander, for joining the sub club over on YouTube. Appreciate you a ton. Didn't miss anyone else over here, right? Cool. Type in one key shifted to the right. I did actually ping Discord. And yeah, I did see Wacko working on a browser. Very excited about that. Prime and Tej and Lambo guy spent 7 hours and they DDoS themselves. That's great. Oh shit, Archetype. That is huge. Super excited to see how that goes. I don't like Safari-based things. I want a Chrome-based browser. Like if I'm down to compromise on the engine for the browser, I'm going to use Zen. Zen is so... The only issue I have with Zen is the Firefox base, and with that, like the battery life. My battery life's already not great. This MacBook's been through it lately, so it's struggling. And when I say struggling, I mean it gets like 6 to 8 hours of battery instead of like the 14 to 18 I'm used to. But I'm not upgrading until... I was so close to pulling the trigger on the M4 again. But I know as soon as M5 drops with Apple's modem and Wi-Fi 7, I'm going to upgrade to that. And I don't want to spend $5,000 on a computer that I'm going to use for 9 months. No, I'm not on Intel. I'm on an M2 Max. Yeah, I think Effect is a really good choice for a lot of things. It requires you like heavily adopt it like from the root. It's similar to React where like if you just use it for one component, you're going to suffer. But if you use it from the root, it's a really, really good experience with a little bit of buy-in. It's, how do I put it? Yeah, we're very happy with it for upload thing. For the complexity and like the number of async cases and the amount of time we were spending debugging weird errors that were being thrown in the wrong place, it's helped us a lot with all of that. But it's also made the code base way harder to contribute to. And like I haven't been able to add meaningful code to upload things since Julius fully affected it. I'm using Never Throw in T3 chat right now. Now you guys are working great. If you can figure out more battery life hacks, that's like the only thing I have. Everything else is just Firefox. Like every time I open Zen, I'm like, fuck, I wish I was using this more. I literally spent a day trying to get Vivaldi customized how I wanted. And then I opened up Zen because I needed a screenshot for something. It's like, wow, why did I put all that time in here for something that looks significantly worse than Zen? I'm deving constantly right now, so I find myself in Vivaldi a lot. What I really need to do, and I've been thinking about this for a while, is I need a dev browser. I need a browser that I have a different hotkey on that is for dev and nothing else. So when I'm doing dev work, I open that up for localhost, and then everything else I do is in my main browser. I saw somebody mention a Gore thing on Instagram. Is Instagram having problems right now? I will say I've gotten word from some people close with Mozilla people that there's actual work going on right now at Mozilla to fix a bunch of the issues that I raised. I've even gotten emails from a few people over there. So like they are taking it seriously. And I think it's funny how I've inadvertently done more for Firefox than all the Firefox like blind loyalists that refuse to acknowledge the shortcomings of the browser. My favorite thing about that video, by the way, because I did publish the Firefox, It's Hard to Love Firefox video. By far, my favorite thing about it is the number of comments saying, I love Firefox, I use it every day, I am so happy someone finally said all of these things, and I really hope that this opportunity is taken for them to fix it. I got probably more of those comments than the how dare you blindly support Google ones, which I was surprised about. I honestly didn't expect that, especially after some of the other, like the Linux, or why I don't use Linux video and the Ladybird video. I was expecting a lot more bullshit. But it seems like the actual Firefox users who actually care about the web are actually willing to admit its flaws. It's silly, but it kind of reminds me of like my take with Apple, where I'll defend the shit out of Apple when they're not doing things wrong. But also, I'm very damning when we talk about the things they are. Like the state of the App Store is a fucking disaster, and I can't believe they're letting it go the way they are. The combination of like scam, like sub renewal every week stuff that's targeted at kids that blindly hit a button and then spend hundreds of dollars before their parents notice. And the fact they're not doing more to deal with that, plus the 30% cut, plus the horrible review process and the weirdly strict rules they're imposing. Like, I will shit all over Apple for the App Store. But I still think they're one of the few hardware and software manufacturers that's actually fighting for their end user overall. It's just sometimes they fight developers in the process. To be fair, their option here was to not have phones in the UK anymore. And they were very clear that the UK is banning the thing they're doing. Drop at Apple for a battery replacement. I don't want to be without my computer for that long. It is tempting, but like, let me check my stuff. I don't want to open up about this Mac and accidentally leak my keys or anything. So I'm going to check here. Battery health. Yeah, like my battery health is claiming 96%, but that's just not lined up with my experience. Like, you can see here from just 3 a.m. to 5 a.m., I lost almost half my battery. And I wasn't doing much at all during that time. I was just coding. And it's not cursor. And a lot of people say that. It's absolutely not cursor, because I've had a lot of times where I wasn't coding or I wasn't in cursor and it still happened. And I check the like apps using a lot of energy thing. And sure, Vivaldi ends up in there. But I switched to Safari for a day to see it actually drained faster. We have been planning on looking into Tigris more meaningfully for a while. I have to respond to them because they planned that forever ago and I just have been too busy. There's a very good reminder, Addy. We got other things coming soon for upload things, so keep an eye out for that first. But yeah. Yeah, Arc browsers, battery problems are why I moved off Arc. And my battery went from like 3 to 4 hours back to like 6 to 8 when I moved off, but it's still not quite where I want to be. Oh, good question, Nick. The reason DynamoDB was not in consideration is because DynamoDB is only a realistic option if you know exactly how you want your data to look, shape, work, and be schema'd immediately. Dynamo is the thing you move to once your database hasn't changed in shape for 2 to 3 years, but it does change in its performance characteristics, and you need to eke every ounce of performance out of it. Dynamo is phenomenal for when you know exactly what your database is. You just want it to perform at scale forever. It's not great when the shape of your data is changing, I don't know, every day like it was when I did that video. Yeah. I'll be honest, I don't really use bookmarks anymore. The only reason I use bookmarks is to prioritize things in autocomplete when I'm typing the URLs. Mozilla money laundering allegations. When did this happen? I actually do plan on doing this today, believe it or not. I put this function in every code base as my video about my try-catch wrapper and using things like effect and never throw. So that's coming soon. I did see the new observables API. Exciting. I think I covered it forever ago. Excited to see where it goes. Oh, Lunduk. Yeah, we got a fun set of stuff today. I had other things I found. Oh yeah, Lemmertrade did the T3 chat extension. I also saw Raycast did something today with AI stuff and like it controlling your computer, it seemed. Yeah, AI extensions. It's some weird hybrid of like agents, MZP, browser use, and like controlling your computer. Yeah, good shit, Lerma. Thank you as always for supporting us fucking everywhere in every way you can. Framework event was fun. Spent a lot of time chatting, talking shop with the AMD guys. Apparently, I made it into the Verge video. Framework. I want to see this actually. How is it doing? Yeah, I'm in this.
Cute.
I find the B-roll. Ah, lucky click.
A little rack mount configuration, daisy chained into each other.
Yeah, I'm friends with Dieter and a few others over at The Verge. I mean, I've been friends with The Verge forever, and I've been quoted a bunch of stuff. They're just the homies. Love those guys. It's funny. I got friendly with Dieter and more importantly Viren, who I fucking love, way back in like 2018 because they were filming the Pixel 2 or 3 review at the ferry building where I skate, and I recognized them. So I went over and I was like, "Yo, love you guys. So cool to see you guys filming here." And they like quickly like shyly put the phone away because it wasn't NDA'd yet. But turns out Viren, the filmer and guy who runs a lot of the video stuff at The Verge, is also a skater. So we got along really well and have been hanging like on and off for like almost 7 years now, which is wild. But that was way before I even tried YouTube. So he's been a supporter from way before all that and was so hyped to see me growing on YouTube. As someone who's never really written Lua, I can't say I know. What is this about? I vaguely remember the name, but I don't know what specifically it was. If you can give more info. Thank you so much, OWF, for the 10 bomb. You guys are going crazy today with all the subs. I appreciate it so much. It means a ton. Hope that we cover whatever you want us to talk about today, man. Vercel sales are coming to your 500 plus dev org through you. Yep. This is awesome to hear, Cooper. This is exactly like one of the alternative ways to think about Vercel I'm not sure how much I want to push this when I talk about companies like Vercel, is that a lot of the disdain between front end and back end is because front end has specific needs and doesn't necessarily have the right mindset, knowledge, tools, and skills to communicate that to back end. And it ends up becoming a war between the two. Vercel is very literally back end for front end, BFF. So if you let them do that for the front end guys, it reduces a ton of the friction between the front end and back end teams, because the front end can now build, own, and deploy the exact thing they need for their service. And you can do whatever you want on back end, as long as you're returning the right shape of JSON via API, everyone's for the most part happy. So it's actually a really nice way to allow the front end guys and the Kubernetes guys to not have to overlap a whole lot. And thank you for the 400K. Congrats. It means a ton. Super nice to be growing the way I have been lately. Seems like people are loving the T3 chat content, which I was not sure about because I felt like I was just chilling my stuff constantly, but seeing like how I build, why I build, and my mindset seems to be something a lot of people enjoy. And more importantly, it makes the content better because I'm deep in the trenches coding all the time again. Yeah, I agree with that, Nick Surf. Good framing of it. Double empathy. SJS for a living, says guys like, Salesforce, yeah. Yeah. Oh, Nest. Let me thank all the subs I missed while I was doing all that. Then I'm going to go hit film and we can get started on some things. We got Loppy here with the Prime for 7 months. A Techno with the Prime. Thank you so much for that. BM Davis. Spending my money back here. Appreciate it. Giving Twitch that 30%. Nah, you should be a sub though. I appreciate it. And we got Sticks here with the Prime. Wordingo 92 with the Prime for 18 months. Hitting that button 18 times is nuts. Thank you so much. Oh, 20 months of hitting the button. Thank you so much, Woof. Yeah, I've been surprised how many people I see like every day. Like, so I finally tried T3 chat, and now I can't use other chat apps anymore because they all suck. And it's easy for me to forget because I use T3 chat all the time. But every once in a while, I'll go use another app for a demo or a video or like a screenshot or something, and just that's one of the videos I have planned today is chat UI quirks that drive me mad because there's just so many of them. I got MJC Dev with the Prime. Thank you so much. OW again with the 10 bomb. Thank you so much. As well as the Prime resub. If there's anything in here you really want me to cover to all the gift subbers, let me know and I'll make sure we get that covered. We got Ovra almost at that 2-year mark. Fucking legend. Thank you so much, man. And then Blue Guy with the Prime 14 months in. Legends out here. They got Nidex on the 2.5 year. Wait. Almost 3 years. Jesus. Thank you so much for the support. And Kira with the Prime as well. Y'all are legends. Thank you again all so much. Let me quickly... you have to click the... This is a... Mark, hopefully you're listening. The fact that clicking the X doesn't mark the new models as seen is very annoying. And I think we should change it so when you hit the X, it just marks everything as seen so you don't get that notification again. Yeah. Yeah, I know, but I thought that was the behavior you coded, and I was like, that's fine. And whatever. I'll take the blame on it. It's almost certainly my fault. Yeah, if you can change that.
If you hit the show models and you actually look at them, it treats them as shown. If you hit the X, it dismisses it temporarily.
Yeah. Makes sense. Thank you. More on this soon, TM. The Olama one's going to be a bit harder because we do everything like server side for the gen, but own API keys is unblocked by changes I made yesterday. So not promising anything, but more soon, TM. Also, Nidex with a tier 3. I didn't even notice that was a tier 3. Jesus Christ. Tier 3 for almost 3 years is insane. We got iBlue guy here with the Prime for 14 months. Ninja with the 18 legend. Noix with the Prime. Yhero for the Prime. Twitch took away your 60 streak. Yeah, I don't know why that happened. A lot of people just got reset. I'm sorry, man. And then the tier 1. Touch Fuzzy Get Dizzy. Thank you so much for the support. And I'm sorry, YouTube. There's just been so many subs. I can see this chat. I just don't check it enough. I have funny enough, a short on how to pick what to build. You should check that out. It's a pretty short piece of advice. The TLDR is solve problems you care about because you need the motivation. And if you're solving problems you don't care about, you won't have the motivation. I personally don't like artifacts, but enough people are asking, we'll at least explore it. Oh. Yeah, this is not the one that I tried. Yeah, you will be getting a thorough look post-stream. Thank you so much for that. Being a developer isn't... Yes, this is the one. You know what I'm going to do? I have to go start the recording and get my tea ready. I'm just going to play this in mute for a sec. Be right back. Being a developer isn't that unique. Y'all could have... Being a developer isn't that unique. Y'all could have built this yourself. And I'm not the one who built it because I'm some god dev who figured it out first or some product visionary that understands what people need better than anyone else. I built this for a very simple reason. I needed it. And some of the most successful things I have built have been from me wanting something so badly that I built it for my own use case, and then it blew up almost immediately afterwards. Things like Upload Thing, things like Pick Thing, which is doing way better than I expected, things like Quick Pick, which I just released, things like all the cool stuff I did at Twitch, Ping.gg itself. But the biggest one is here, this channel. I made this channel because no one else had done it. And if you make the things that you want to exist, and you make them so good that you genuinely enjoy them, you will almost certainly, eventually, find a lot of success with that. Being a developer isn't that unique. Y'all could have built this yourself. And I'm not the one who built it because I'm some god dev who figured it out first or some product visionary that understands what people need better than anyone else. I built this for a very simple reason. I needed it. And some of the most successful things I have built have been from me wanting something so badly that I built it for my own use case, and then it blew up almost immediately afterwards. Things like Upload Thing, things like Pick Thing, which is doing way better than I expected, things like Quick Pick, which I just released, things like all the cool stuff. I didn't realize it was the same shirt. Good catch, guys. I will sue the world. It's supreme like my ego. I hereby challenge you all to a code battle. Honestly, this is how the comms feel from Mattia. It's kind of nuts. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if JS soy dev is the right thing to have on the stream. You know, we're all Rust guys here. So the ASD key has the Olama plugin. Are you hosting Olama somewhere that's publicly exposed with a URL? The first take? Oh no, what am I redoing this time? In Naman, I would never use any browser, much less Safari, without an ad block of some form. But you have not had great times. If we were to do this, I would want it to work locally. I'm thinking about it. I'm absolutely thinking about it. I'm against using Brave because it sucks and causes us so many problems. Like it's weird that a Chrome, like an Electron, Chrome, Chromium, whatever the fuck it is, wrapper is the browser that causes the most support requests for us. The issue I have is that even, it's funny, I had a user yesterday, they had Brave Shields off for T3 chat. Oops, let me hit that. Yeah, they had Brave Shields off. They had fingerprinting allowed, all settings proper for T3 chat. And 1 out of 4 tries, it would CAPTCHA error. And we just couldn't figure out why. Every other browser on her computer was fine. She was running Linux with Brave, and Brave just 1 in 4 times would score an 0.2 or an 0.3 on the reCAPTCHA 3 check. And if you don't know how it works, it's a score 0 to 1. 1 means you're human, 0 means you're robot. Anything between means certain level of certainty. I can't score below an 0.9. I've tried. 0.8 is where I had the threshold originally. I bumped it all the way down to 0.6. So as long as you're 60% likely to be a human, your chat messages go through on T3 chat. A human was hitting a 20%, a 0.2, because Brave is a shit browser. What do you got from Simon? What? What? This is in the like system prompt baked in to Windsurf? We're still in the early days of prompt engineering. Stuff like this really highlights how early it is. I'm going to check a DM or two quick. Damn it. None of my VS Code people are getting back to me. Fuck. I did the 2 types of engineers. That video's coming out soonish. I'm really excited for it. I got a video about this coming out soon too, funny enough. I can check my my calendar's a little bit chaotic at the moment because there's been so much breaking news shit. Oh, this one out. Published. Yeah, the next vid is Tailwind the right defaults scheduled. I have to reorchestrate a bunch of this because we're not doing 2 vids a day. I just need to reorganize a bunch. I'm also going on a trip this weekend until like Tuesday. I should be back in time for stream Wednesday, but need to get all of this like good and ready to go before I leave because it's a bit chaotic right now. But the 2 types of engineers is currently scheduled for Monday. That's probably going to get pushed back, but hopefully next week. Eva, I specified I don't know if that's the version. The one I sent you is the one that I had the zip for. It's the zip that he uploaded on GitHub. So I don't know if that's the one that he published that was malicious. And I don't know if we can find the one that was. I hit up my VS Code guys. I hit up somebody who had it locally that posted a screenshot. I emailed them trying to get a hold of it. They never got back to me. In our DMs, Eva, I sent you the Wayback Machine where somebody had a screenshot of what seemed to be a local version they had with that malware, and I can't get it from them. Yeah, if you can find the actual zip of what is likely the version that was taken down, that would be huge if anyone could find that. Yes, Material Icons was affected as well. Oh shit, Lakshay. For those who don't know, Lakshay is the designer that made my favorite T3 chat logo so far, as well as a bunch of others that I really liked too. I don't personally love like the neon green look, but considering that I don't like it, this is actually really tasteful. Being that it's a look I wouldn't use, I am surprised how good this actually is. Is it the same guy just spamming his extension? Rauba, I don't care. I don't know you, and I'm not going to look at your theme. You've been spamming it all day. Like, if you're not a homie, I'm not going to look. Shit. NC with the 5 bomb. Thank you so much for the support. There's a person named Brain that hangs out here. That's great. Phenomenal username. Last message. What do you got for me? Looking into it heavily. There's nothing to abuse other than possible vulnerabilities with release notes. Yeah, that was the version that we had, and the one in my repo was the same. I stripped so much stuff. The best theme. Come on. A hot dog stand. We all know the best theme. Come on, guys. Is that not working? Weird. That's broken. That's fine. Yes, I was at the framework event. I hung out there a bunch. Good time. I did too much work for the current material theme fork, and it's not something I use. If somebody else wants to, I'm down to like give it an audit, but it's so much work. Is this not? So, oh, I guess that's fine then if it's not the same person. Yeah, this looks entirely different. Let's just make sure my favorite asshole. Yeah, he's not even in the contributors. At least the top 380 or the top like 15 or so here. Yeah. Entirely separate, which is a relief. Surprised he hasn't tried to sue them. I have a deep disdain for people who, how do I put it? People who got lucky once and then feel entitled to things because of that lucky hit. The fact that he happened to make a theme named material theme with good enough colors early enough in the history of VS Code that he got a big number and then never could get a number bigger, but felt entitled to that big number. So started being horrible since. Yeah, I know. I'm just trying to express why I go as hard as I do on these things. Because I've been trying my hardest and for the most part been much more positive overall. But when somebody is actively hurting the open source community, gloves come off. It is what it is. Hey, why the fuck did you still have it installed? You could have been using the better version, the won't sue you version. So I don't think it's that ubiquitous. My take on it is the ability for software to affect large numbers of people is something that happens to be really attractive to really bad people. So I don't think the average programmer is more likely to be a bad person, but I think the average bad person is more likely to be a programmer, if that makes sense. And then those people can have massive amounts of impact. I wish I was the one editing them that well. I don't have the time nowadays. FaZe is killing it though. He's really good at like editing around my voice and my weird way of talking. Oh, Gabriel, did you not see? I recorded a video about the LTT backpack, but I felt like it was too negative, so I never published it. It's in the Discord somewhere. I have it. I uploaded it on Dropbox, so it's around if you want to see it. I did not like the commuter backpack personally. And it's funny, one of the problems I had, I saw you, Eval. I'm scared for Friday. You don't have access to Dropbox? Fuck. I'll get you that link later. But he re-uploaded it again. I got the first re-upload taken down. He is so desperate. It's insane. But one of the issues I had with the commuter bag was that the front would dent really aggressively when you like did anything with the bag. And when it was left on the front at the framework presentation, it had a huge dent in the front that looked awful the exact same way. And I was like, okay, it's not just my bag. But yeah. It had a bunch of obfuscated code that the VS Code team was concerned about. I'm still waiting for info on what the code actually did. I've been trying to reverse engineer it myself, as well as having Eva and others help, but I'm not even sure we have the right binary because it's been taken down. Anyways, we need to do actual filming. We're almost at an hour and I haven't done anything yet. I want to wait a little longer to see if I get word from my VS Code homies or if Eva manages to get a hold of a binary that's more likely to be the bad one. I was up until fucking 5 a.m. cleaning up that fork, man. I care too much, but I just don't like people making open source worse. And if I have to put a little work in to smooth it out, I will. Ooh. Eva, can you check that one out for me? Okay, someone I trusted said check last message, and I can't even remember who it was because things are moving too fast right now. Who the fuck was it? Oh boy. This dude's fucking, like, very mentally ill. License, yep. Dude's getting fucking hammered in here. He's also deleted so much shit over the last few days. I've been screenshotting obsessively because of his habit of doing that. And also, let me grab this link, archive.pl. I'm still waiting for this announcement. Eva, were you able to get that file and take a look at it? Hashes are different? Oh, shit. Okay, check in Discord. Thank you. So the version he posted the zip of is different from the one that was available prior. So he is hiding it. He is rewriting history once again. Motherfucker. Oh, sorry, I was reading other things. I just, I when I'm reading other things, I can't also read a message. Oh, yeah, Eva, keep hunting through that. I'm gonna film other things in the interim. Actually, who wants to bet that the dude's watching right now? I'd put money on it, honestly. This is what I have people investigating as we speak. I've actually already donated quite a bit of money to Wayback Machine. It's only putting that there because I haven't done it in this browser yet. Oh, this is an out-of-date version. Save page now. That is the right? Yeah. Checking things here. Cool. Doing a PagerDuty integration. Honestly, I should set something up like that for my team to page me. I've been thinking about that for a while, like a thing that like will catch my attention. Just some XML config that's changed. Okay, interesting. Yeah, I'm not the one who claimed it was malicious. It was Microsoft. I was notified by Microsoft specifically because they like saw my name coming up in the drama around it after they removed it, and someone on the VS Code team reached out to let me know about it and like ask just basic questions about the fork I did and get permission. Not that they needed it, but like just let me know that they were going to also do a security like audit on that to make sure my fork was fine. Like, I'm downstream from all this. You guys can feel free to audit the code, but there's not much to audit at this point. I stripped like everything out. My fork is like empty now. Oh, he'll look at more issues. Great. Like if you look at the 2 PRs I opened, stripped out a ton of stuff, deleted 12 files, just deleting like everything I can that has to do with like the weird config layer he never finished, the weird remote based check for the changelog that had no reason to be a remote thing. Just a ton of shit I ripped out of it. I'm curious. Oh. Malicious code needs to be inside of a dep of the theme. Okay, does it have any actual info on that? This is not a real source. This is annoying. I hate that people are beating me to publishing the story with significantly less info. I'm uncomfortable doing it right now because I don't feel like I have enough info. These guys are rushing to do it with even less. He's claiming the sanity extension was compromised. Let me go back to my fork quick. Do I not even have it open? It was at sanity/client. For some reason, I don't think at sanity/client was compromised. That sounds highly unlikely. Extraordinarily unlikely. The old sanity dependency, which has been compromised. That's not real. This one's weird. I'm going to keep these because I'm hoping anyone will update with more info, but this is not real info. Sanity client was installed because it was used to build the release notes, which was really cringe. I wish I could get more info. Let me. So I have to check one other. I should check my DMs once more too, just in case. Okay. I'm not re-rolling. I will never defend the material theme. You can't make me do it. I don't like it, but I'll fight for it still. Let me thank the people I missed, and we're gonna get actually started. Nidex with the tier 3 for 2 2.5 years. Jesus Christ! Thank you all for the support, but that's nuts. Kira with the Prime, NinjaBit with the 13 months, Noix with the Prime, Y Hero. Oh, I got all you guys. I'm too far back. Okay. We got Akko. Thank you for the 7 months. NC with the 5 bomb. Thank you so much for that. XYZ Eva. Always good to see you, Eva. Thanks for the support. Hopefully we can find more info on this. Izzy with the Prime. Humanoid 32 months. Jesus Christ. Shortmaker with the Prime. Clap with the Prime. Trout with the 3 months. Sense, I'm assuming. No. SNR, I'm calling you with the 2 months. Thank you so much. And then Thrak with the Prime. Yes, Krish. If you could send the bundle, the V whatever file to either Eva or me in DMs. If you send it to me, I'll send it to Eva. Yeah, and Aiden, if you could too, if you have the most recent one, that would be huge. If both of you could send me those so I could send them over to Eva, that'd be great. Don't put it on GitHub because it's potentially malicious. So the issue here is the most recent one was November 9th. I don't know if there was a more recent one since. This is the same one I downloaded earlier, right? Yeah. Check Discord. Awesome. Da-da-da. Download. Upload. And straight to Eva it goes. This one looks slightly different, actually. Love just sending potentially malware to Eva over and over. Hey, is it this one? Just with a zip that might have malware in it. Yeah, Eva said that the hashes being different was just XML things previously. I'm not using that. I love Juxtapose, but I'm not using any of his stuff yet. I need to start filming something because we're over an hour in and I haven't done anything yet. So we're just going to film. This one I'm going to throw away, I think, because they deleted everything and apologized. Don't want to cause problems when they're actually doing the right thing. It's funny. It wasn't private last night. I have screenshots. Let me find those. We're literally actively researching, trying to find the malicious behavior. So that's why it's not public, because all I know is that Microsoft and VS Code determined it to be malicious. Still working on finding what was malicious. Haha. Here is the commit history he had. And it's funny, because I went to each of these repos to see what he was doing on it that had 15 commits in January. It only had 1 commit. He just keeps re-rolling the top commit over and over again. Oh, levels. He's having fun. Just let him do his thing. Eva, the only info that like exists in any of this is people are claiming it's the release notes JS. It didn't stand out as likely to be exploited, but it stood out as absurdly obfuscated for no reason. Yeah, like there's a real possibility that the problem. Oh, you don't have that? Interesting. Let me double check what you got. So much for filming a different video. I will say the file you linked is small enough that I don't think it is it. Yeah, it's yours is ancient. It's 147. He's on 3479. No, I will never want to open that. Yeah, the one you dropped here, Aiden, was back when it was still open source. It's Apache licensed. Oh, it's the community one. That's why. You have the community theme here. That was his like fake attempt. There we go. Cool. Release notes 2. Yeah, that's I tried to audit the responses from the sanity thing, but it was non-trivial. I generated the page a few times and like was going through the HTML and couldn't find anything too bad. But yeah. Anyways, still waiting for updates from the VS Code guys. Gonna check one last time, then we're gonna film something else if I haven't heard back yet. Okay, checked everything I can for now. Let's get to it. And it wasn't just an obfuscated. The other hard thing is that, like, on one hand, we can't identify very clear malicious behavior in the code that we have, but his habit of lying about every single detail of it, plus publishing a different version when it got taken down as a zip file, plus the attempts to re-release it in multiple different names, all suggest he is operating very, very bad faith here. It's a weird one because I want to have a definitive, here is the code that does this thing that is bad, and I don't want to film until I have that. But it's not that I believe it's not malicious. if I don't have that. It's I want to be as responsible as possible in my publication of it when I cover it. That said, holy shit, his behavior makes me nearly positive he's being very, very bad here. Yeah, this is like the fact that he's tried now like 4 times to circumvent the ban by just republishing over and over. Insanity. Is there still nothing from the team here? Yeah, nothing. Thank you. I'll grab that in a sec. I don't necessarily... The content is too good, and I have a really strong narrative of, like, why people doing things like he did are bad, and we have to not give them good faith. Because, like, the fact that this is the same dude who was threatening to sue people, and some would have argued I was overreacting at the time. The fact that he is doing this a few months later shows that not only was I not overreacting, but we as a community were underreacting. We weren't aggressive enough at getting him thrown the fuck out of our circles. And we need to be very, very aggressive with that to protect the sanctity of open source. Let me check what was just dropped here. Oh no, that's the Equinus version. I'll grab that. I'm not sure if this will be any different from the other files, Eva, but I will send that to you. Where did you find that obfuscator file? Okay, that's fine to share. That's in the themes. Okay. Or the icons one. You have my interest. Yeah. This one's nuts. That's just the icons. And this one seems slightly more innocent. I hate that JavaScript is such a cursed language that you can do this code and it works. Don't save, close. I have it, don't worry. Let me get back to here and let's get filming. If I don't do my job, then my team won't get paid. I'm in the wrong section there. Anyways. I did this a lot yesterday. I put a lot of time in trying to audit this myself. Anyways. Let's complain about AI chat UIs. Let me grab, I have a post I did about the help buttons that I want to grab because they changed it since. Yeah, this looks like a fun potential video. I dropped it in the group chat, but I went to SQL injection core. It's such a funny concept. I don't know why Twitch. Oh, that's because it's on whoever I rated. That's annoying. There we go. That fixed it. Cool. Check DMs one more time. See if we got any info. Okay. I think I have everything I need. Shall we hence? I'm also going to grab this link here. Cool. I think I'm going to have to get started. Marker. Every AI chat app sucks. Let's do it. Let's do it. We'll talk more about the extension in a bit, guys. I am waiting for a bit more info. I want to make sure we do that one as right as possible because it's an important video. This one is fun, not as important though. Let's do it. Cool. I don't really have an intro in mind for this. There's a general concept. Thinking. Okay. Companies like OpenAI and Anthropic are really, really good at building. I need to drink some water. One sec. Scanned Sanity client in the original marketplace. Yeah, This is roughly where I was at too. The one you were looking at was the heavily obfuscated one, right? Last message. Between the zip and the VSIX? Okay, that's good to know. Thank you. Anyways, let's film. Companies like OpenAI and Anthropic are really good at making groundbreaking models. It's a shame they're not as good at UI. I would know. I built my own alternative, and it was not easy, but man, whenever I go back to the other apps, I'm just blown away at how bad they are. I was debating not doing this video because I'm basically handing a free win over to both the Anthropic guys and to the OpenAI guys because this is an instruction set on what they need to do to make their apps not suck. But I feel like I'm going insane. I need to vent and talk with you guys about the things that I see when I use these apps because it's not good. Let's descend into madness because we're talking about having 3 help buttons in a menu with 5 buttons. What? How? And this is just the surface. The more you go down this rabbit hole, the worse it gets. And I'm not going to sit here and pretend T3 chat is perfect. In fact, we're going to roast it as well. But we have a lot of other things to roast first. So if you're interested in breakdowns of where UI does and more importantly doesn't perform as expected, this is going to be a really fun one. Stick around. But first, we have bills to pay, and the Claude bills are getting particularly nuts. So a quick word from today's sponsor. Anyways, I want to give these I want to give these chat apps as fair a shot as possible. And doing that in a Firefox-based browser is not going to be it. I can already see banding in the gradient in the back. Obviously, YouTube compression is going to do that too. But out of my goal of being as fair as possible, I'm going to hop over to Vivaldi, which is Chrome-based, to maximize the likelihood that this goes okay. You're going to have a lot of email blurring to do in this one phase. I'm not excited. It is what it is. That email's basically public info at this point. Is there any way I can hide it to make the filming easier at least? Just seeing if I can. I don't know if I can. Yeah. It is what it is. The live's just going to have my personal all over it. Whatever. So, I still remember the days when the Claude UI was not cluttered with crap. It feels like they've just been adding button after button. Oh, uBlock it? I don't know if I can uBlock just my email there, though. I'll just change it via inspect element to... Nice try. Cool. That's hilarious. Okay. I'm finding bugs because of that. Do I sign out and switch to a different account that doesn't have my email in it? Whatever. I need to just stop pretending that email's private info. It's not. It leaks often enough. Whatever. Do your best to blur it in post phase. Okay. First and foremost, I know this is like a silly thing to complain about. The fact that I can't hide my email when the sidebar is open is just the most annoying thing in the world. So my editor has to do a lot of extra work to hide that. We'll do our best. Anyways, this is the Claude UI. I'm putting it in a Chrome-based browser because I want to be fair. Vivaldi is Chrome-based. It should be fine-ish. But man, it's gotten cluttered. There's so much going on here, most of which I don't care about. Like, I'm never going to use Google Drive attachments. I'm not going to attach my GitHub. It's in beta. Cool. I don't care. It's not the worst. It is still quite pretty. Oh, that's a fun one. The scroll area is a different background color. So when you scroll to the bottom of the container, it has that little gray there. It's annoying. But that's not even where things go. Oh, actually, that's a fun one. The scroll area, notice something. Once the chat hits the top, it's a sticky container. So everything else scrolls underneath it until you page scroll. That's God. Oh, God. I didn't even know that one. Let's do a quick test. Solve Advent of Code 2021 Day 3 in TypeScript. First favorite quirk. See new chat. See how it's still new chat? I just hit stop. It took forever. It came through after it stopped, but the title will not come through until you actually... retake on it. The title will not come through until the stream has stopped. It's such a simple thing, but if you have multiple chats going, not generating a title for what it is until after you're done is the most annoying thing in the world. We generate as soon as we can, and on T3 chat, you'll get a title almost immediately. So if I say, sup nerd, or I'll do the same prompt. Solve Advent of Code 2021 Day 3 in TypeScript. You get a title immediately, even when the rest of the response is still coming in. It's a small thing, but it's one of those things that is so annoying when you don't have it and you go back to other apps that don't, or you do have it and you get the idea. Anyways, oh, that was another fun one. The artifacts don't pop in. So when you don't have enough screen space, it does this and just makes everything unusable. And you can click that little back button and it gets here. The world's least useful menu. My favorite game to play with Claude. Guess what the button does? What do you think this menu button does? Chat controls. Guess, chat. I want to hear. What do you guys think that button does? It's chat settings, yeah. But what do you think? It is chat settings. What do you think is in chat settings? The artifacts that have been generated and this learn more button. None of these are settings. Previously, they let you select the font in here too, and they just changed that because I complained about it on Twitter because it was silly. The only thing you could control in chat controls previously was your font. Now there is no controls at all. There's nothing in here. I can't do anything in this. I don't know why this button exists. Also, why is share a text button when these are both icons? Is it because these aren't behaviors people actually use and they shouldn't be there in the first place? Crazy. Let's have more fun. Let's click this button. What happens when I click the down arrow on the chat? I could let chat guess again, but I'll show you. In the middle of it, despite the arrow being on the side, in the middle, we get rename and delete. Rename opens a modal. Here's where things get really fun. What happens if I save this with no text? The answer is you can't guess because it is non-deterministic. Depending on the conditions of the page, saving an empty chat name does different things. And those things can get really, really funny. So I will show you. We're going to have to open the sidebar, which just put my email in it again. Super fun. I'm just going to rename it with a blank right here, as is. Save, change it back to new chat, and untitled here. Knowing those are different, that's the empty state. That's fine. Let's resubmit. And while it is submitting, let's rename to blank again. Okay, didn't do something weird that time. It would in the past. See if it updates correctly after. I had to pick a smaller prompt to test this with. Look at that. It didn't update the title. And if I refresh, then it did. It gets better. We're just getting started, boys. What happens when I click delete? When I click delete, I want to make sure you see what happens. So I'm going to do a weird thing. I'm going to inspect element and change the text up here. To start another chat, because we know that is different. Watch what happens when I delete. It refreshes the whole browser. That's how they handle delete. And it's not like they're handling an edge case because you're deleting the thread you're in. There's no other way to delete threads. You can't delete them from here. There's nothing you can do. The only way to delete a thread is to open it, go to the title, click the little arrow, click delete, and watch your browser refresh. What? This is a multi-billion-dollar company. This is their primary product. How is it this bad? And the funniest thing about this is I'm convinced they're not using Claude at Anthropic because I don't believe Claude would write code this bad. It's just hard to fathom. There was another edge case, and I'm struggling to repro it. Oh, that was my fault. Oh, actually, another fun one. When you hit rename, it doesn't target the input box. So I just hit delete to start deleting text, and it navigates out of the thread. Because of course it does. So I'll hit rename, go here again, save it as empty, send another message, or how about solve day 1 in Python? Give it an easy thing. Why is, does thinking on because it was on in this chat already? No title change. I'm going to navigate. Still no title change. I'm going to refresh. Still no title change. Opening it, then the title changes. What? There are so many non-deterministic behaviors. It's insane. The only thing that you can guarantee with Claude is that the UI will not do what it's supposed to. The thing I was trying to reproduce, and I don't know if they changed this since or if it's just that non-deterministic, is sometimes when you delete the title or it fails to generate a title, it makes a title that is just the input truncated with a chat emoji in the front. I didn't name this way. Why would I have ever named a chat this way? It didn't name the chat like this via an AI summary. And it's a small annoyance compared to the things I just showed. Why do they default to putting a chat bubble in their copy next to a chat bubble on the thing? Like, what? And that's... I don't get it. But we're just getting started. Believe it or not. They did change the 3 help buttons, thankfully. But that doesn't mean they've changed the other stuff in this menu over here. Learn more. It's learn more, whatever. But settings. Oh boy. Also, I don't know if you noticed. I'll show this again because I think it's important to see. We're going to inspect, change this once again to refresh, test. Now we're going to go to settings. Why does that do a full page refresh? Why does the whole browser refresh its content instead of navigating as a single page app? What? Profile is what it is. Appearance, they moved font here, which is nice because previously, as I mentioned in my thread, here. Oh, that's ChatGPT I was complaining about. Let me find, yeah, here. Previously, the only place to change the font in the chat styles was in the chat controls I showed before. There was no other place to change this, and it was in the weirdest place. Now chat controls just literally does nothing, which is way funnier in some ways. But man, they offer dyslexic friendly, which I do like. I think it's awesome they offer a dyslexic friendly font. I've considered doing that ourselves for our stuff. They also had, do they still have those settings down here in profile? Oh yeah, that's a fun one. This does not look like there's anything else. This looks like a completed page, and they're not showing a scroll bar, and they're not indicating at the bottom that there is more content. I have to know to scroll. Hilarious. I'm going to go install the React Scan Chrome extension because I want to show that here. This is the official one, right? Or does he have his own? Oh, annoying. Download. Give me a sec. Extensions, developer mode, load unpacked. For those who don't know, React Scan is a very, very useful extension. It's not officially on the Chrome store yet, but it's a way to see how often re-renders occur on a site. Is it? There we go. Now we have React Scan here. So watch what happens. Can I not even send the message? That was a funny state where it didn't have the send button for some reason. Does it just not work on here? They're using React. At least this does that. It puckers. You touch it a whole bunch, it gets mad at you. It's cute. Hard refresh, I tried that already. Turn off and back on. Yeah, I can't get React Scan to scan the site. Yeah, I'll just paste in the React Scan JavaScript. Let me see if it's working on T3 chat. That's a good question. Okay, it appears that the extension is broken right now. That's annoying. Aiden, this is your job. Fix it. Should I call Aiden? I'm going to call Aiden. Yeah, you busy? I'm currently live. I'm trying to use React Scan, and the extension doesn't appear to be working at all. Yeah, if you wouldn't mind, appreciate it. Feel free to hop in chat. We'll see you there. Thank you. Aiden's the best. For those who don't know, he's building Million.js and Million.lint and a bunch of things to make it easier for React devs to not make slow-ass sites. It's funny because, like, I'm an investor. I love Aiden. But he's also making it easier for companies like Anthropic to catch up with the performance that we have on T3 chat. At the very least, you can see the frame drops right now. It's not dropping now. Interesting. It was before. Yeah. We'll let Aiden go fix that. While we wait, I'm going to show off a few more fun quirks in the UI. I'll show one good one. This I forgot to put in my Claude video, and I wish I did. You see, there I have it. How many R's are in the word strawberry? Close the sidebar. I don't know if they put this in the system prompt or if they hard-coded it or what, but it builds you a little React app that shows the R's in strawberry. They solved the strawberry counter. They still don't know how to build a UI. Cool. Anyways. Any more fun here? That's all not too bad. I want to complain about this sidebar, though, because anyone who's using a modern browser like Arc or Brave or even Edge, most of y'all have the sidebar on the left, because you probably should. Mine's on the right, so it doesn't affect me. But for those of y'all with the sidebar on the left, it's very easy to try and trigger this sidebar and accidentally trigger yours, or vice versa, to try and trigger the browser one and instead have this blocking you and getting in the way of your UI. It's so annoying to have like the stacked triggerable sidebars. It drives me mad. Another fun thing, you'll notice I only have like 7 or 8 chats here. I have a lot more than that. You can't scroll it. It doesn't paginate. The only way to see the rest, click chats, where it fetches all of them. It doesn't fetch some of them and then paginate later. It is your entire chat history. Oh, can you finally select and delete multiple at a time? Can I shift click to do... Oh, look at that. Real progress. You can't undo that, but there's finally another way to delete chats. Good for them. Oh, that's funny. When you unselect everything, it kicks you out of select mode, but it still has the option to select things. Is that always there? That's jank. I hate that. I hate that whenever you hover one, it has this little not indicated thing in the corner that you can select, but it doesn't give you any context on what it is or does. Let select mode be a thing. Don't... Yeah. Oh. What the fuck did you do, Aiden? How did you fix that live? What the fuck? Oh, okay. We have React Scan now. And we see it's certainly reacting and probably scanning too. God. It's a lot of re-rendering going on here. Make a new chat quick. Jesus fuck. Solve Advent of Code 2021 Day 2 in Python. We're talking about thousands of re-renders here. And yes, every mouse move, the sidebar is re-rendering. Fun fact. The only way the sidebar stops re-rendering is if you stop generating things and you stop moving your mouse. Thankfully, we're all on... It seems like we know what Anthropic's spending their money on. It's M4 Max for all their employees, so nobody ever notices the performance issues. Just for a quick comparison, I'm going to grab the same message, hop over to a crappy indie project you might have heard of. Wait for this to trigger. It's possible that the React Scan isn't coming in early enough. There we go. Cool. So I'm going to make a new thing, same message. Get this out of the way. Send. And that's it. The sidebar re-renders 3 times. And as Aiden, the literal React performance wizard, says, that's really fucking good. And I'm going to go further soon where each message re-renders what it changes, not the whole message thread. Right now, it's actually not too bad. The only catch is if you have a lot of code in one thread, it is triggering a re-render with the highlighter, which should auto-diff and realize, oh, I don't have to do anything. It doesn't. And I've been putting a lot of work into fixing that. I can show this. I actually have a custom flag. This might even be live as the default by the time you're watching this. Let me go check what it's under because I forgot. Give me 1 sec. Yeah. I'll show you guys this code. Why not? I have a new beta highlighter. I just check if you have this flag set in local storage. Beta highlighter true. And you'll know it's different because, at least right now, it has different colors. It's blue. So this new highlighter is significantly more performant. There's still a few hacks I want to do to make it even faster. But now every navigation is going to be instantaneous. You'll get 1 or 2 re-renders as the sidebar realizes a different thread is open. Everything's instantaneous. You'll never see a frame drop, especially if you have the new highlighter on. We put a lot of work into making the performance not just good, but exceptional, because these apps shouldn't be that complex. The complexity is in weird markdown rendering bullshit. But yeah. Also, sidebar's virtualized. You know, because if you scroll really fast, you'll see the text disappears for a sec. But that's because we don't render all of your messages. We only render the ones that are visible. It's not easy, but it's not that hard either. Also, delete right there. And if you shift-click delete, you don't have to go to another menu or a confirmation. if you click the thread or if you delete the thread you're in, it just kicks you back to the new chat screen. It doesn't refresh the whole fucking browser. And if you want to change a title, double click, new title. How hard is that? I don't get it. We'll come back to T3 Chat because there are things I don't like, and I do want to roast our own stuff. But I just am in awe of the hell that is this. I still get like every mouse move when the sidebar is collapsed triggers that. Does it still trigger when the sidebar is locked in? No, but switching your mouse from one side to the other does. Just moving your mouse up and down to the sidebar triggers hundreds of re-renders. Let's see the CPU utilization. I'm so curious. I'm hitting 17 to like 20% CPU ute, moving my mouse in a circle on a $4,000 to $5,000 MacBook. It's fine. Just move your mouse less. And for a fair comparison, (1% to 2%). Moving my mouse. Oh no, it bumped a little bit. It chills at a significantly lower level. I do wonder if React Scan's affecting that at all. Yeah, React Scan's a penalty. Like, I'm moving my mouse around and I'm struggling to break 10% there. If I go back over here and turn it off, still hitting the 20s. That's insane. That's actually insane. Absurdity. Also of note, they only got like 4,000 to 5,000 DOM nodes. We have more than double the things in the browser. And it doesn't matter because we're not rendering everything fucking constantly. I don't know what you mean. It's the same. I'm moving my mouse. I'm chilling at 5%. I go back here. It seems to have settled down a bit. Yeah, it's not as bad as I expected. Any interaction, like just opening, closing the sidebar, is a spike to 20. Do we even have a hotkey for the sidebar? I don't remember. Yeah, our sidebar doesn't affect the CPU because it was written correctly. Yeah. A lot of it is the CSS styles because hover styles take CPU to compute. But it's still a bit absurd, especially at the number of nodes and other things going on here. And the fact that it spikes to like 80 plus recalcs a second for styles is hilarious. Ours does too when you open close things. That's not as bad. I'm mostly just annoyed by the re-renders. Also, wait, does that not go to the bottom? That was weird. The chat wasn't left at the right spot. We have a couple bugs like that, so I won't be too harsh on it. Oh, I should have been harsh on that way earlier. This is the thing that drove me to make T3 chat. Watch what happens when I click a thread for the first time. It has to load. You can't just open a thread. You have to load the thread. And it's not even fetching it when you hover. Like, I'm just hovering over assistance available. I actually don't know what that one is. Just hovering over it, click it, and it takes like a second to load. And as chat is noticing, they're leaking DOM nodes. Just navigating between these, and I'm already over 100,000 DOM nodes. My RAM is spiking too. If I just move back and forth between threads long enough, I'm going to run out of RAM. We're already at like 200,000 nodes. $250. Maybe this is why they refresh all the time. Maybe this is what's triggering the constant refreshing, is the absurdity of the navigation causing endless leak of new DOM nodes. Stop moving, it constantly grows. Yeah, it does. Yeah, it's just going up. That's hilarious. You saw the garbage control there too, or garbage collection. That's insane. It's not the sidebar renders with React Scan because React Scan's off. Okay, fully hiding, it seems to have stopped that, but nope, it's okay. It's not as bad when React Scan's off, but it is still just climbing by itself. And to those asking, can you crash the browser doing this? Not only can you, I've probably crashed a million browser sessions for users by screwing this up, both in my time at Twitch and with T3 chat. You got to put time into the profiler and spend time in these tabs figuring out what's going wrong and hitting up people like Aiden to help you figure it out. We had a leak like this in T3 chat where I was using the wrong version of a Dexy dependency that was really out of date and not maintained that caused for the event listeners to slowly grow constantly. And again, to compare, we got 10K nodes. And if I switch to different things, went up a bit, then it gets stable. Went up like 10. That's a big thread. So went up a bit for that. Then it's just not. Once you've been to it, it doesn't create new nodes. Yeah. Whole different ballgame. Like, what? And also, like, the mem usage. Are you kidding? Are you kidding? 35 megs versus 170. And we're the ones holding it all locally, by the way. Your entire chat history is on your device. Theirs isn't, and we are using less RAM. Okay. We've covered performance. We've covered weird quirks. We've covered a bunch of the gripes I have with things. There's a bunch of weird stuff with file attachments and other stuff there. None of it's that big a deal. Oh, that's actually a fun one. There's a 1 here because I attached content, and that's all this menu for controls will ever do is show different content you've put in it and the artifacts that are generated. There's no way to know what that number is unless you happen to know that's what you uploaded and you've spent a lot of time. Like, I'm not going to say Claude's UI doesn't look good. It does. It's a huge inspiration for our UI. We actually use it as a design reference for a lot of the work that we do with T3 Chat because it's beautiful. Their designers know what they're doing. They have a vision for all of this. They don't have a leader owning the quality of the product, and the result is things just get stuffed wherever they fit, and they never fit the place they're stuffed. It's kind of chaos. And that's how, do you guys see what I'm seeing there? Oh my God. I'll give you a hint. Just scroll more to get there. Okay, that's annoying because of my zoom. Oh my God. Z indexing is hard, but it's not that hard. The X, for those who didn't notice, the X in this little window here appears over the chat box. I had to click it 3 times. Oh my God. Jesus Christ. Okay. We get it. Anthropic's a small indie company. They only have a few thousand engineers working on this. It's not fair to compare them to a really well-funded startup of elite engineers like T3 Chat built by 2 people. Let's compare it to another indie startup. Chat.com, otherwise known as ChatGPT, otherwise known as chat.openai.com. They've changed URLs too many times. Let's explore. First and foremost, I will challenge you guys to pay close attention to the sidebar on the left. Watch what happens when I refresh. Did you see that? The number of features changes. So the whole layout shifts a ton just in the middle of it. Even better is up until recently, I don't know when they made this change, your recent threads would also have a loading state and pop in either before or after. So you'd get like 3 things in the sidebar. You'd get projects, then previous chat messages would come in, or Sora and Dolly would come in. Those buttons don't appear until it's loaded a certain bit of info. Now it's just operator. I guess the rest are hard-coded now. Wait, no, I think that, yeah, Sora's not in it either if you command Shift-R, but if I just command R, wait, no, Sora's not in it every time. Cool. That's at least somewhat deterministic. It's bad, but it's deterministic. I'm going to do something I'll probably regret. I'm going to open the network tab because there are so many fun quirks with the networking in everything that ChatGPT does. Refresh once more. You'll see we just transferred 6 megabytes of content. Yeah. But where it gets even more fun is what happens when I scroll. See that conversation data here that just came in? Took 700-ish, 600 milliseconds. Now it took 700. They're loading in more. That's a change that they just made. Yeah, the limit's 28. The limit used to be 10, which meant that it would paginate when you got to the bottom and not fetch enough data and then have to fetch again. And sometimes those fetches took absurd amounts of time. I have a video somewhere, it might even be in one of my old T3 chat videos, where these can take 8 to 20 seconds each. And yeah, one of them just failed. Sorry, too many concurrent requests? I was scrolling. What do you mean too many concurrent requests? What, did you have Grok write your backend? Oh, there was a nice slow one. How long did that one take? 1.24 seconds. Best part is it requests it twice. It doesn't request it once. Every time you hit one of those barriers, it requests the data 2 times. And that's a good point about offsets. That means if I was to go to another browser, am I signed in here? I'm not. Give me 1 sec. Oh, cool, I am. Another chat. Just made a new chat. Go here. If I scroll more, we'll finger. Yep, it duplicates. It's using an offset for the pagination, not an identifier. So if a new chat comes in on a different device and you scroll, it will duplicate whatever was the bottom. If 2s come in, it will do it twice. So if I go switch over to a real high quality model like 4.0 mini, make 1. It's just not replying. That's fun. 3, 4. Oh, new chat, new message. Really helpful. What are those named? Clarification and new chat, clarification. Great job. Let's go back and scroll more. That load time. Look at that. We successfully duplicated 4 threads just by scrolling. Are you kidding? And one of those took forever. Yeah, 1.2 seconds, 1.6 seconds. Insanity. And the more you use ChatGPT, the more you use ChatGPT with the network tab open, the more insane you feel yourself going. Kind of absurd. Why the fuck would you use limit plus? Yeah, this is exactly how I feel. It's genuinely absurd how it's built. I can't fix bugs while I am live, Pickley. I appreciate it, but hit me up post-stream. Anyways. But like, the reason I'm frustrated here isn't because I'm like just trying to dunk on ChatGPT or Claude or anything. I'm frustrated because when I was building T3 chat, I had a lot of these problems too, and they kept me up at night. I was obsessively solving these things because they were embarrassing, and I didn't like the fact that I was charging users money for things that had this pile of absurd, unjustifiable quirks. It's just absurd to me that a billion-dollar company with thousands of people isn't fixing these things. Yeah. Also, it didn't fetch the new messages because it doesn't ever refetch. Ever. Just paginates. So the only way you get new messages is to refresh yourself. And then you see them all pop in. Because it must be caching things locally now by default. We got to investigate. What do we got in here? They're not using next auth, are they? There's no way. Okay, it's not there. Session storage got anything fun? Nope. Apparently, a lot of this depends on how old your cookies are, so I'm going to clear it, see if I get logged out by doing that. Okay, I didn't get logged out. So those weren't cookies. This all just appeared by loading the page. I'm going to check this cache thing here. Okay. So they are caching things here now, some amount. Just not necessarily really useful stuff like flare, resources. This resources thing should prevent the weird pop-in I was seeing on the sidebar when we load the page. But it's not, because they only put Dolly in it. They didn't put the others in it. So they have a cache that should be solving this, and they're just not using it? What's in the shared storage here? Nothing. Cache storage, just React Scan. Extension storage extensions. Where are they getting the old sidebar data from then? Because if I go back here... Also, how did that happen? How did this never get the new titles for these? Why are these chats in a bad state? Oh, it just randomly popped in. That's fun. That's really cool. Oh, did you see that? That one chat will like play its name out when you click it, and the rest don't? That one does. And then the content doesn't load. What's going on? I feel like I'm in the twilight zone of bad UIs. I'm going insane. This isn't because of cookie deletion. I'm in a different browser. I didn't delete cookies either. I only deleted local storage, and I deleted the local storage in Vivaldi. I then went back to Zen Firefox because I'm trying to like show broken state when you hop between things. All of these messages were it just changed back to new chat. I didn't do anything. This haunted. OpenAI is haunted. Like, if this was a small 2-person startup, I would get it. They're competing with a small 2-person startup and they're losing. By the way, OpenAI, Sam, if you're watching this, I'm a YC alum. My phone number is in Bookface. We can fix this. There's a path to making the ChatGPT site the best AI chat site ever made. It might not be cheap, but my number is in Bookface, and if you want to explore that path, you know how to do it. Anyways. And when you click it, it reappears. That one scrolls. All of these have different behaviors. I sent all 4 of these at roughly the same time. I don't know what's going on anymore. Let's show off more things that I think are stupid. However, my corgi population. One of my favorites is actually showing right now. It looks like they made a subtle change that makes it less bad. This one, I'll admit, this is more a personal gripe, but I don't care because this one, I'll admit, it's more of a personal gripe, but I don't care because it's bad. This top nav cutoff is the worst. They're trying to do the ghost thing where it like doesn't have an actual top nav. The problem is that means this text gets cut off by an invisible bar. Oh, they blanked out again? Yep. And a different one blanked out too. How are names not determined? How? I broke this code one time in T3 chat because I put in a weight in the wrong spot, and I felt so bad. I gave 3 free months to everyone who reported it. And that was because the title took too long to generate. It came in when the thread or the message was done. That was the only mistake. These guys can't keep a chat name. What happens if I rename it, by the way? If I rename this to test. I can't make this up. Oh, God. Jesus Christ. It just keeps getting better. And we haven't even really gotten to the UI. We're just focused on the title still. Oh, God. Wait till we pull out React Scan on this one. But I do want to complain about this navbar because I hate the ghost navbar that isn't a navbar. Just put a border on it. And if you don't have the balls to put a border on it, don't make it a navbar. Admit your shortcomings. This sucks. The fact that your text or your content gets cut off by this invisible bar that is the same background color, it's just bad. It's just bad design. I'm sure it looks great in mocks because this is how companies design. For those of y'all who haven't worked at a big company, this is the screenshot that gets made in Figma. It looks like this. And this here, everything on the screen at this moment in time looks totally fine and good. Hell, even if I like scrolled up here and had a different thread selected, all fine and good. The problem is, what happens if I make it slightly shorter or wider? Now, this overlaps with that. The design doesn't account for that because the design was this, where there's like a line here and here. And the designer probably thought, oh yeah, it'll just scroll through it. But when the engineers got it and had to implement it, they noticed that this would happen and those would cover these. So they just made it a solid colored bar. It's not even a blur or something. It's just a solid covered, it's not even a blur or like it's not even a blur or something. It's just a solid colored bar. What the hell? And we are still just getting started. God, why is this thread so broken? Waiting. Will it come in? What happens if I send another message? Yeah, I pressed enter. It's not sending. Still not sending. Are we getting console errors? Nope. God, it's so slow too. I know it's like the stereotype, but like just for a comparison, solve advent of code day 1 or 2021 day 1 in Python. Okay, it's going faster than it used to. That's a good change. All these weird errors trying to load the wrong language model. That's funny. It didn't stream in Python as a single token. So it tried to fetch language P and then language Pyth. And then it had the whole language tag Python, at which point it could finally render Python. Genuinely hilarious. Why is this JavaScript formatted? Do they just look for like specific keywords in JS and call it JS if that happens? That's hilarious if so. And once again, T3 chat comparison. I'm going to turn off React Scan. Switch over to the same model because I want to be fair. If they're using 4.0 mini, I'll use 4.0 mini. That's a little bit faster. That's about 3 times faster. I've measured it. Do we get any weird errors in the console? Might actually, because I have some weird stuff on my account. I log a ton of performance data because it's helpful for debugging. Nothing. Navigate to a thread, opens immediately, no load times. Yeah, just different levels of experience for sure. I'm going to appeal to chat for a sec. I didn't make a list for OpenAI like I did for Claude. So if y'all have quirks in ChatGPT that annoy you, tell me about them so I can make sure they're included, because there's a lot and I want to make sure I cover as many as possible. So let me know if there's any fun ones you experience regularly. Apparently there's a feature flag for local storage on T3 chat, or sorry, not T3 chat. Apparently there's a flag somewhere for using local storage on ChatGPT through IndexedDB, which is what we're using. I want to go find that and turn it on. So give me a sec to do that. It's funny because the only reason they're doing that is my bullying, almost certainly. Is that accessible, Eva? I saw you mention it. Okay. This one's just funny. I noticed it when I was playing around. Settings opens as a modal, but they want to make sure the route still exists. They were probably using the fancy like route hierarchy thing in Next before, because they moved from Next to Remix. Funny. Might be doing the same. Shush. They, with Next, there's the like route. In Next, they have that weird like parallel route thing where if you click on a link to a route, it can open as a modal, but then when you refresh, it becomes a whole page. So like the most common example of this would be like on Twitter. If you're, I don't know why I'm there. Yeah. The simplest example is something like Twitter, where if I click this photo, it opens on top of the page I was on. So you can still see behind there, I'm still in my previous page. And if I hit escape, I'm there still. But if I refresh, it kicks us to this as its own separate URL. Oh, is it smart enough to know where I was? That's interesting. It wasn't smart enough to do that in the past. If I Command Shift R, will it still know? I don't know how it does that. If I open a new tab, will it? Okay, there it won't. But the fact that it uses state to have different behaviors depending on how you got there without changing the URL is a cool, useful pattern for specific things like opening up a settings modal. Since this doesn't have it, they append it as a hash at the end of the URL. So what I want to see now is what happens if I refresh. Ah, that's not too bad, actually. There's a lot more popping than I would have liked, but most of it's mitigated by this being on top. Did Eva get back to me about where that flag is? Because I did want to turn it on. Yeah, I did send a message and it never started replying. Interesting. I'll take a look at this later. Definitely will play with this later. That's kind of funny that they have chat.com and not chat.new. We'll definitely be adding PDF uploads in the near future. It's I had to do a huge backend overhaul for a bunch of reasons, and now that's done, I unlocked a lot of those types of things I wanted to do. Yeah, so AI.com isn't owned by DeepSeek or anybody else. Someone else owns it, and as a joke, they redirected it at DeepSeek. But we don't actually know who owns the AI.com. I think they redirected to DeepSeek, so trying to get OpenAI to buy it from them. The changelog's on Twitter. I have a thread. Is it the founder of Gumroad? Sahil owns it? That'd be hilarious if so. Anyways. Let's find some more fun UI quirks. Oh, there was one. It didn't scroll to the bottom. There's more scroll area than it implies when that happens. There's a lot of fun scroll stuff in general. Like, write 5 poems about penguins. Give it a nice long thing. Bottom doesn't stay at the bottom. We don't either, to be fair, but we're not pretending we do. Others told us to copy their behavior, but theirs doesn't work. I never understood that. Yeah. It's a small thing, but the fact that the treatment for these buttons is entirely different when you hover over your message versus theirs, I don't like that. What I do like, to give them some positivity, I never liked how on Claude... I wish I was making this all up. It actually just took that long to load. My lord. Anyways. The thing I was going to say is... it's horrible experience keeps, like, nerd sniping me from making the points I want to make. I just want to talk about the design, because I don't love this. I don't like the chat bubble being on the left, them having a chat bubble too, mine having an icon, theirs not, having no distinction between what's them and what's me, other than I have this icon. It's just weird. And I don't like them even having a bubble. I really liked how ChatGPT has its text as like page text and yours as the bubble, like prompting it. It makes it feel less like a bad attempt at like a Discord group chat and more like a tool that I am interfacing with. This is the same thing that something like this is the same pattern that we use for T3 chat. It's also the design language used for stuff like Cursor. I much prefer this. Where it's funny because overall I prefer Claude's design. And if you look at T3 chat, I'm not going to pretend it's pretty right now. We have work to do and we're deep in it. But I like that we took the things that were good from the different places. I liked the way the chat bubble looked in Claude. And I know Mark, my CTO, liked it even more. So we grabbed that. But I hated the rest of the UI here. So we didn't do that. At least they do the like blurring here, but they also have a hard line where it stops, which is really funny, where it blurs for a bit and then it's a hard cut. Does it do that in real browsers too, or is that a Firefox special? It does it in real browsers too. That's hilarious. Their gradient cutoff is like a hard line. Yep. Beautiful. A+. UI is hard. This one's just dumb. They have the floating chat bubble here. Where is it going? The chat can't go below here, even though there's area below. It just makes this whole container feel really weird. Like if you look at it in browser tools, the container here is strange. Because we have this whole container for this whole thing here. I'm going to close the sidebar so we can see it better. We have the container. God, I hate Firefox DevTools too much. I tried. I genuinely did. Go to a thread. Ideally one with actual content. This one is actual content. We'll use that. Close sidebar. I don't know what they're doing with this hierarchy at all. Is every message an article tag? What are these even highlighting? Yeah. Each message is a full width article tag. What? That's hilarious because it doesn't have access to this whole container. So every single message is calculating its width itself with a W full, but they're using an article. Are they using? They're not using Tailwind typography here. So this is all custom then. Where's the width style being applied for the content? Oh, that's just the screen reader. So they have the screen reader say ChatGPT said, and then they have their section here, mauto py18. Does it change when the size changes? No, it doesn't. Okay, that's not as bad as it could have been. And here, like 7 layers in, that's where they're applying the max width. And they're only applying the max width on medium, so they don't have one on smaller screens, which they have the PY18, so that's probably how they handle padding on smaller displays. But that's still so weird. Is there a point where it gets narrower? No, interesting. Okay. That's 100% page zoom. The font's that big? Ew. I like big fonts. I'm like the big font guy. But that's still weird. Another email leak. Great. Don't include that. Yeah, individual article tag for every message is a not quite semantic HTML. Are they using data start and end tags to indicate where in the token count this starts? Because that's a hilarious way to do partial updates. It's weird. I was just trying to find like the vertical scroll container, but it looks like it does just go over the area. Like that should be showing, but this area underneath, oh, this has a background color of its own then. Can I find it? No? Okay, it's got to be on one of these. Is it on this element? No. Which of these elements has the background color that's covering that then? How the fuck is this covering that? Because the content is below. How is that not appearing here? Something has to be covering it. One of these elements has to have a background color. I want to find which one it is. Pointer events is one thing, but it's not showing the text. Like this text, when I scroll, it should appear behind right there, and it's not. Is it this max fill array stuff? No. It's not even using the border color. Okay, that's hilarious. If you turn off a single width full, the whole UI breaks. I'm sure they have done that. That's why they put the like article tag with full and everything. Why is there a scroll bar on the chat? That's weird. The scroll container is not smaller. I just showed that it goes the whole way. Like this goes there. It should be showing. One easy way to check. There. It might be that there is another scroll container within here, but I've hunted through this a bunch of times and can't find it. Yeah, main has that. There's presentation. Okay. Here it is. It's an overflow hidden on this box. This was a very hard to find box. But now it actually is highlighting the problem I have, which is that this box is a very weird section of the UI. And if I make that smaller, then it does this, where it's... Does that mean I can scroll too far? How does that get handled? What the hell's going on here? Because when I have enough width that the selector isn't in the middle, this becomes all the way to the top. Oh, I see it. They have margin top that gets applied at the same container size. So that margin top gets set, and a translate Y also gets set as their hack for changing the scroll container size at different resolutions. That's actually kind of fucking hilarious. The amount of CSS hacks in here makes it hard to even navigate. But I'm not here just to roast the code. I was just curious. That became a deep dive in hell. I see why they're never fixing these things, because that's not fun code to work in. Well, let's find some more fun edge cases. I'm going to show you a personal favorite of mine. I'm a paying user for O1 Pro. It's okay. $200 a month, but yeah. Here is one of my favorite quirks. Solve advent of code. Let's find a really hard one from like 2023. So I'm looking for older ones. If I find older ones, they'll already be indexed. This looks nice and hard. Cool, we'll go with that. Uh, 2023 day 19 in Python. So I'm using O1 Pro, the super expensive model. It's going to take us time to think. So because it's going to take a while and it's not going to update the title in that time, I'm going to go make another thread and ask for O instead. So it's a little bit faster. Okay, it froze for a sec there, but then it did a search. It's doing that. Cool. What's happening here? Still going. Interesting. They might have fixed this bug because it drove me mad before and I complained a lot about it. But for the first month I had a ChatGPT Pro subscription, if you made another thread, it would fail. I'll try O3 Mini instead. I still hate the new title not coming in quicker. Like, it's so easy to do. Hasn't failed yet. That's good. Others are saying that it still does that when they try. It's become a thing. Like, if you're using O1 Pro, you need to just let it do its thing. If you leave, there's a high chance it will fail. If I change tabs, maybe? Reasoned. Okay. But it's not going to show me the result. There's so... I'm not even like intentionally hitting an edge case there. There's just so many of them. I'm not aware of... What? What? How did it reason for 1 minute and 23 seconds and not even find it? My Lord. And this was so of the 3 AOC day 19 tests I just did, this one with the expensive O1 Pro model just failed outright. That one, every time I click it, the title lags. Oh, is it selecting the wrong one right now? What's going on there? Did it just change the order randomly? That's what happened. Cool. This one it thought with O3 Mini and just didn't get a result. The 401 is fine, but it searched the web. It probably, it found a Python walkthrough that solved it. Oh, that's not a clickable link, by the way. The fuck? These two are. This one's not. What? Why are you citing your sources here and then putting sources here that are entirely different? I thought our search was bad because we just like kind of threw it together. I'm not going to like go out of my way to defend our search a whole bunch, but like I'm going to just take the same problem, hop back to T3 chat, switch over to one of the models that has search, Flash, turn that on. Did it even do search for that? We'll see at the end. Need to stop command plussing T3 chat all the time. Okay, it didn't even search for because it knew already. But if you ask it to search, like, I don't know, who won the Super Bowl? Grounding details. And here we have all these with confidence happening in seconds versus new thread, paste, search, go. Oh, it wasn't that slow. People were telling me in chat that their search is really slow. It's not that bad. That's fine. Yeah, honestly, I would still say ChatGPT search is probably better than ours overall. Perplexity is way better. Perplexity wins for sure, but theirs is fine. I'm going to try one more real fun one. This is a test I'm going to try on multiple different things. What? Is that just because I have search on? That's weird. Okay, let's... I'll grab the same problem. Solve Advent Code 2023 Day 19 in TypeScript this time. We're using O3 Mini. We're going to hit send. I do something a little stupid. I'm going to hit refresh. Finished reasoning. Something went wrong. This message is now in the ether. It might finish. It might not. Despite something going wrong, I can't send another message because it has the stop state here. Never got a title. Yeah. Hop over to Claude. We'll try the same thing quick. Refreshed. The threads just vanished now. I'm in this untitled thread. New chat. Gone forever. See if it has that in its history still. Nope, it just lost the whole chat history. ID is still the same, but it lost the history. Beautiful. The reason I'm showing this one is I'm actually insecure as hell about how we handle it in T3 chat. I've been talking to a lot of people about how we can solve this. Streaming in, I refresh while it's streaming in. Error. Also, that came back. But it's immediately an error. I can still send messages. I can even say try again, and it will. React scans on. I can turn that off. And there, it actually did it. Awesome. Look at that. And if I retry up here, it will clear the history. But I'm going to show you guys another really bad bug that pisses me off a lot. I'm going to fix this first thing after stream. I've just been busy and had to film. This will pull back in all the broken messages because I don't delete them the way I need to be deleting them. And Mark, I thought that was fixed. Okay. Anyways, Yeah, there's quirks here for sure. I will not pretend otherwise. I do not like how we handle if you terminate a stream while it's happening. I don't like the error states that are persisted incorrectly right now. They are persisted correctly if you don't retry, but if you retry, I am hard deleting, not soft deleting, which causes a weird UI state if you refresh right after. It's an edge case on an edge case on an edge case, but it still pisses me off beyond belief, and I will fix it. But that's like the difference I want to emphasize is we're a two-person team that is haunted by these small things and fixes them as quickly as they can. OpenAI and Claude are giant teams that just don't seem to care about the craft anymore. And it's kind of funny to me how so many people say that, like, I'm not solving the real problems. I'm just a ChatGPT wrapper. They're not solving the real problem of how we consume the things they build either. And I'm not saying that because we're better than them or they're better than us. I'm saying because it's just a different focus. Their focus is on making the greatest LLMs ever made. Our focus is making the best product interface with them. These are different things. You can't really do both at that level at the same time. I'm obsessed with the details of making great web experiences. That's why I built my own sync engine and my own highlighting layer in order to make our site as performant and reliable as possible because we care too much. I'm basically building my own framework at this point around it. I'm going to exit soon either to Tanstack or Remix. I have working builds with both. But like the level we are going at with the details of making this a great experience isn't something we can reasonably expect a company like OpenAI to do. And even if they did hire someone who gave a shit, they need to let them have that level of ownership. And the problem with a company that has a single focused mission is anybody who is distracting from it to do something different that has their own mission is going to be ostracized. They're not going to be given the resources and the buy-in they need. It's really hard for a company to have two missions in parallel. You can only really do one thing. This is advice I give startups all the time. It's super common when talking about content stuff because they'll be like, oh, you're doing well on YouTube. We want to make a YouTube channel for our company. How can we do that and get a bunch of users through YouTube? It seems like a great growth hack. My first question to them is, open up your YouTube watch history on your phone, scroll till you find a company YouTube channel. Oh, you just had to scroll for 5 minutes and the video you found was something from your friend's company that you watched out of politeness? Crazy. To which they immediately respond, yeah, I don't watch a lot of company YouTube channels, but that's because they're bad. I'm going to make a good one. And I'm like, okay, that would make you the first company ever to do it. That'd be incredibly innovative. Aren't you currently trying to reinvent how we think about databases with AI? Aren't you currently trying to rebuild the IDE that we use every day? Aren't you currently trying to rethink how procurement happens at scale businesses? Why are you going to compromise your mission, the thing that actually makes your company different, for any amount of time to pretend you know how to do YouTube? You're just wasting your goddamn time. And I see a lot of people dropping examples in chat. Every one of the examples that has been said in chat, I'm not going to share because I don't want to out companies. I have talked to the people who made the decisions to do those channels, and every single one of them regrets it and wouldn't have if they went back in time, and advises others to not as well. It's just not worth it. And hiring an influencer is one of the worst things you can do because influencers aren't going to just... people don't watch my channel because they want to hear all about T3 chat. If you are here, hi, I appreciate you. They watch my channel because it's a wide variety of different things. Your company channel can't have that same variety because your company channel is about your company, which means even if you put in more money, put in more effort, and make better stuff, the variety is low enough that an independent YouTuber is going to perform better. And if you want to do this, the solution isn't to try and build it internally yourself. It's to partner with the people who are doing it well. If you want to get growth from YouTube, my sponsor info is in the description. If you want to have the best UI possible for your AI chat app, my phone number is in Bookface. You shouldn't be trying to do this yourself if you're fighting against somebody who's it is the main mission of. You will never win a secondary mission competing with somebody where it's their only goal. This is my only goal. You can't beat me. Join me. And there's a lot of companies that realize this. One of my favorites to work with is Grok. We use Grok with a Q, by the way, not with a K, with a Q. Grok is a provider for AI models. They are focused exclusively on making chips and infrastructure that make it so models can run really, really, really fast. They have a UI, and it's actually one of the better like provider UIs I've used. It's really minimal. But they're working so hard to get us adopting stuff as early as possible, offering us crazy deals to make their models the defaults. They are trying so hard to effectively make our UI, the best UI for AI chat apps right now, the best showcase for what they have done. Because they know they can't compete. They're not trying to. They're not pretending they even should. They are trying to find a way to align their obsessive mission with my obsessive mission. And that's the way to do it. And if I hop over to DeepSeek R1 just to show it, same problem. Do you see how fast those tokens are coming in? It's stupid. It's incredible. And I don't think there was really a UI that properly highlighted how good it was before. Yeah, that's the way to do it. Your company should have one focused mission, and if that mission is build the best AI models possible, you're not going to win against me. You're not going to compete against me in the UI. The same way if I was on the side trying to train a model, you guys would make fun of me. Like, pretend, for everything I just said, guys, hey, chat, I think OpenAI's models are bad. I'm going to go make my own. I'm going to train it on all of the data from T3 chat, or I'm going to train on all the data from T3 Stack users and make the best AI model ever. And I'm going to hire a whole bunch of people to come help me out. Give me your honest reaction if I was to sincerely pitch that to you guys. Play into it. God damn it, nerds. The point I'm trying to make here is that if you express the intent to do something that's that far out of your mission, it would just sound dumb. If I was to come out here and pretend I'm going to magically make the best model ever, you guys would rightfully make fun of me for it. But for some reason, when a company like OpenAI pretends they can make the best product and user experience when it's not their mission, people say I'm the stupid one for competing. It's just funny to me, because to me, I see unfair competition. I agree when people say it's unfair and a suicide run to compete with and build a chat app for them, not for me. I genuinely feel like the competition is unfair. It is what it is. We will win. Speaking of winning, there is one more AI chat app I want to use because it is, frankly, significantly better than it has any right to be. In the mobile app, did a bunch of the things I plan to do for our mobile app that's coming eventually. This is Grok, like with a K, not the one I was just talking about with a Q. Grok with a K is built by XAI, the Elon thing. And Grok with a K, not to be confused with the other Groks, there's many at this point, actually is a pretty good experience for doing shit. Let's start with search. What football team has won the most Super Bowls in the rain? Deep search. Give it a nice hard one. The scroll container here is a little weird because you get to that and then that scrolls separately. So the page scroll containers are not the best. I'm going to zoom out a bit because I know I'm on a small screen. This is all pretty solid though. Like the nice little dedicated search thing. I can expand it to see more. Don't love that, but it's fine. Show thinking separately on the side. Fine, but everything like moves and behaves properly. Here's the crazy thing though. I just refreshed and it caught up fine. It's the only AI chat app I know of that resumes properly. Resumability of a stream is a very difficult challenge. And funny enough, it's one of the first ones Guillermo tried when he was playing with T3 chat because it is so hard to get right. They did it though. And they're doing crazy stuff behind the scenes with data persistence in order to make that possible. But it's actually pretty cool. If I refresh in the middle of that, it like resumes in a weird way, but it does resume properly and give me all, okay, that was a weird scroll back to the top it did. Edges, but it's one of the best ones I've used. The actual UI for Grok is, I would argue, close to competing with ours. It has its quirks, they all do, but it's pretty good. I also wanted to call it a message because I like this one a lot. Web dev is viewed by fundamental companies as an easy side quest when it's actually a nightmare. Yes. Absolutely agree. Take a peek at how Grok search is implemented. He was playing with the network connection to see if it's in flight. There's a dedicated endpoint, REST, app chat, conversations, reconnect response. They're using ND-JSON, which is new line delimited JSON, which means that new lines can come in individually. I don't even know if I have a dedicated video to HTTP streams. I bring it up in a lot of stuff, but if we go to like T3 chat and I use a slower model, V3 Fireworks will be perfect for this demo. Hop over to the network tab and do a write 5 poems about JavaScript. You can hop over to the chat endpoint here and see what the response is coming in as. What's interesting is the response comes in line by line over an HTTP stream. And it's still fast enough that it like breaks this view a whole bunch. But you can see all of these coming in. The 2 prefix means it's a JSON thing that I can parse. 0 prefix means this is actual text content to render. And it's pretty good overall. It's like relatively reliable, and it's the main way to get messages down, because that way you could stream the token as soon as you generate it and build a good experience that updates quickly. The problem is that's just one request. So if I refresh before the request is done, it can't resume the request that's half done. You have to either persist that somewhere and catch up, or other piles of hacks. Another good point from Naman in chat here. Maybe we're at fault as the users. We put up with annoying UIs and refuse to pay for better experiences. Half agree. To me, this feels like the piracy problem, where game piracy exponentially declined after Steam came out, because people are willing to pay if they're aware and it's convenient enough. And I think T3 chat being cheaper, better, offering more things, and also being much more transparent and like accessible has allowed us to pick up an awesome user base real early. And in the end, like, Anthropic still wins. Our console. Give me 1 sec to not leak things. Like, what's their incentive to compete anyways? Like, this is our month bill for Anthropic right now. They're making more money just letting us pay their massive markup than they would be selling the $20 a month subscription and pissing off their users. It's effectively like, this is a thing I've thought a lot about. The comparison I'm going to make will be a little bit weird. I want to talk about Fortnite. Oh, cool. Our little client update thing works. Yeah. Fortnite is a very misunderstood product, because Fortnite's goal was never to make Epic a whole bunch of money by selling like loot and items and V-Bucks to kids. The point of Fortnite was to showcase the type of game/experience/metaverse stuff that Unreal Engine and the Epic Games ecosystem was capable of. It's something they've invested in so heavily that externally it looks like that's the whole thing. Like, Epic is the company that makes Fortnite, and they also happen to make an engine for games. I genuinely believe Epic would be pumped, hyped beyond belief, if somebody else was to use Unreal Engine to go make something bigger and better than Fortnite. Their goal was to show the world that, specifically in that case, the horrifying experience that was PUBG, which was one of like the worst engines ever built. It was built on top of Unreal, but it was a total mess. They wanted to prove that a battle royale in Unreal didn't have to be that garbage. And they kept iterating on it and trying to showcase to the world, you can build things like Fortnite with our tools. And I think that's how Epic wins. Fortnite makes a lot of money, but they reinvested in all sorts of other things, including Fortnite itself, to expand how big that showcase is. But at the same time, like, you can say they're making a lot of money on Fortnite. They let it not be on the App Store anymore. They were making like $1 billion a year off of iOS, or they're making like $1 billion a year off of it being on iPhone. And rather than cave and let Apple do their thing, they stood their ground, because they believe if they can force Apple to have to lower their fees for game devs, that they will be better off, because more game devs can make more money and pay for more Epic tools. They were willing to let one of the biggest cash cows imaginable die in favor of proving to the world that you can use their tools to make incredible things and to fight for game devs to make more money. It was not about making more money from Fortnite. They died on the hill. A lot of companies are able to and succeed in negotiating for better deals with Apple. Epic is fighting for the industry to have these deals, not for themselves. That's also why they're doing Epic Game Store with the crazy, crazy small cut they take on it. Yeah, this is Sweeney wants to do these things, to be clear. Like, Sweeney is choosing to use Fortnite on iOS as the sacrificial lamb to prove his point. I think that is awesome. Here's the theoretical I'm trying to frame for you guys to better understand. Imagine Apple decides to start banning AI chat apps if they have a voice feature. It's an absurd example, but it's a real one. OpenAI wants to keep making money off their iPhone apps, so they remove the voice feature. Cool. Awesome. Anthropic wants there to be more better mobile apps. So instead of removing it, they put it in, and at the same time, in parallel, plan a crazy PR campaign and lawsuit so they can fight for everyone else to be able to have the voice feature in their AI apps. Because in the end, that means Claude can be more competitive with other things because their model can be an option in those other apps. The ecosystem is the thing that these companies should be investing in. And funny enough, I think Claude and Anthropic do a really good job of this. Like with the MCP stuff that they just put out, Model Context Protocol, been hearing a lot about it. This is an Anthropic invention that they built. They could have made it a specific thing for Claude, but they didn't because they want the ecosystem to move forward. Because if the ecosystem moves forward, more people adopt more things that are AI-based, they can make more money long term. They probably put more time into MCP than they put into the entire UI for Claude. And if they didn't, then I have other separate concerns. This is a great example of fighting to move the ecosystem forward because you own a percentage of it. And that's a good thing, and we should incentivize that. I'm just annoyed that the UIs are this bad, and the response isn't, yeah, they should be better, or yeah, I'm going to go use a different app instead. The response is, yeah, but you're stupid for competing with them. You're not a real dev if you're not making your own models. Well, it turns out the model providers are probably not the ones who have the moat. It's actually the chat apps that we use and work with every day and the other interfaces. Like, I'm more likely to switch between OpenAI and Claude than I am to switch off of Cursor, for example. Yeah. I'll go back to Grok for just a little bit, then we'll wrap up. Experience is pretty good overall. The history is only this like Command K style view. They don't have a sidebar, which is funny because my CTO Mark really wants to not have. Grok was unable to load your last message. That's a fun UI state. If I refresh, will it work? We built the only stable AI chat. I didn't want this to be the case. I wanted to show Grok as a good one. I came here to do it. And they all just break constantly. This is nice. Like the icons, the tool that's appearing immediately is nice. We need to change that. The current's a little weird, but I get it. If I delete the one I'm in, what happens? Leaves this open, but navigates behind. That's fine. It's really not that bad. Like, if I was to tier list this, oh, someone has a template in Figma for tier lists. That's actually really, really useful. Cool. SVGL, OpenAI, paste. Let's dark or light mode it. The layering's a little broken here. That's annoying. Like, okay, that works now. Cool. We'll start with everyone's favorite, ChatGPT. I think C tier is actually pretty fair. It looks fine. It has some weird design decisions, but the bugs with title gen and the like lack of persistence was real bad. I think that I'm leaving it in C for now. The mobile app's pretty good, so if we were including mobile, it'd be a little bit different, but for now, I think C is fair. Let's grab Anthropic. Does Claude have one in here too? It does. Cool. Claude, if this was just looks, Claude would be B or A tier, but it's not just looks. I'm going to put it D tier. I would put it F tier. The reason I don't is they're actually somewhat responsive. Not that like they're reaching out to me and saying, hey, I fixed the thing, but they're clearly paying attention and getting the shit fixed. There have been multiple times where I publicly complained and they made the change like a week later. So they're paying attention. They're doing it slightly faster than like YouTube is, but even YouTube makes changes when I bitch enough, which is unbelievable to me. Does XAI have one in here? Cool, it does. Let's get the dark mode version. Cool. XAI, absolutely a B tier, I would say. It's how do you guys feel? B or A tier for XAI? That one bug where the chat history disappeared, I had to refresh, was weird. Y'all are saying A tier, and other people are saying that like it's not the right logo. It is the right logo for XAI. Everyone's saying A tier. Even, okay, my CTO is saying A tier. I think that's fair. Also, the mobile app's really good too, but I think A tier is fair. I like having a sidebar, but I respect the balls to not. I honestly feel like the sidebar is more useful for demoing things rather than the actual UX of it. But yeah. I think that's where I'd put Grok. I think that's fair. Let me. And then T3, not the logo we're using now, but the old T3 logo. Obviously, we all know where T3 chat goes. F tier. They're such scammers. They're only giving you 100 messages a month with Claude. Who cares if you get 1,500 of open, or it's such a scam. You only get 100 messages a month with Claude. Like, you get way more than that other places. Like, come on. You get 1,500 messages with O3 Mini, but who cares? No one likes that model. It's so buggy. It's just two guys pretending they know how to do things. Like, they're not making models. Who cares? T3 chat is garbage. Why would anyone use this thing that this JS Soy Boy made? It's, oh, God, fuck. Why? It's $8 a month. They expect us to take it seriously? We'll talk when you have a $200 a month tier, guys. Come on. Be better. You know, they don't even have a light mode. Who the hell do they think they are? Probably going to charge for it, too. Scammers. Gross. Cool. That's all I got on this one. I hope you enjoyed my roasting of all the AI chat apps, and maybe you'll try a different one, and maybe you just won't be able to unsee these horrible, terrible things that I showcased. Because I know once I started looking a little bit closer at the UIs for these AI apps, I felt like I was going insane. And hopefully, now that I've published this, I can feel a little less mad. Sorry if you're now insane instead. Until next time, keep prompting. Cool. No Gemini comparison? No. They're not. It's not a real AI chat app. It's... Yeah. Oh, I forgot to do React scans. Fuck, we have to do that too. I'll marker it separate. Also a fair point, but we need to do some more scanning. I almost forgot, and FaZe put this in wherever it fits. I almost forgot to run React scan on ChatGPT. We got to give this a shot, obviously. Did it not work this first time? Let's try again. There we go. Love that. When you hover this, everything re-renders a few times. It's not as bad as Claude at all, but it's still not great. Well, let's actually make some messages. God, that's re-rendering way more than it probably should. Do a new one. I can't even see the UI because it's re-rendering so much. I won't do O1 Pro because it's O1 Pro. New message. God. Oh, God. Why is it re-rendering the dolly thing every single time? Oh, I know. That was the one that was in local storage and the rest weren't. That's why. That's hilarious. But look at the whole UI constantly. Like the share button is re-rendering every time. What? The general experience isn't too bad. Like the scroll is all handled properly. When you hit the bottom, it triggers some JS there to cause a re-render. But when you're not sending a message, it's not too bad. What happens if you're generating a message and you're in other things at the same time, though? Like if I switch threads, is it still re-rendering a whole bunch while that's going on in the background? No? That's good at least. I can't get over the dolly button and only the dolly button re-rendering constantly. It's beautiful. Did the pop-up to let me know it finished pop up in the chat that I'm already in? Okay, I don't know about you guys. I hate this notification. I think this is a terrible... It's disappeared. The little notification that pops up when something's done, it's the worst. I don't know why anyone ships that. I hate it. We need to do something better to indicate when our streams are done, but that's not it. Now do it in Python. Somebody asked, what's the square that keeps re-rendering? That's a great question. Is that like a tracking pixel or something? I have no idea why that one little corner is being re-rendered constantly. It's like a neon lights show. It's like I'm at an EDM festival. The popper provider for the stop button here has re-rendered over 1,300 times so far. It once again is a reminder. I picked a slow model accidentally. Yeah. So they did was bad. And as I mentioned before, I want this one to not be necessary, and I'm ready to make it happen. I just have a couple small other things I have to tidy up first. Different worlds, different ball games. And if you look at like the CPU utilization, you'll understand even more so. It's kind of absurd. Yeah. You guys get the idea. Okay, phase. Let's cut to doing it with Grok now. For the most part, Grok seems really solid, which is why I feel bad stress testing it with React Scan. But I have to do what I have to do. You guys know that. So let's do it. That's fun. Does every character typed. That's a controlled input. That means if you copy paste a big enough thing, like let's just grab this guy and just paste it over and over in there, eventually it's going to start getting real laggy because this is all being persisted in the JS layer. Oh, I hit enter accidentally there. Oops. That's a lot of re-renders happening. It also started at the wrong scroll location when you're doing too much at once. When you paste too much text, it starts at the top, which is weird. You don't have any indication the chat's actually going. Not too bad, all things considered. I want to play a bit more, though. I want to get this chat box to lag. Keep pasting. At the bottom of here. Oh, look at that. It's already starting to break. Testing. What if I type really, really fast? Okay, yeah, it's doing key lag. I typed that correctly. But it's sticky keying a little bit. Yeah, you can see I'm just going like 1 to 9 on the keyboard. Watch this. Okay, it's doing better this time. But there was a point there where it was putting numbers in the wrong order for a sec. It's not too bad. Like, it doesn't feel sticky keys. But if I paste the whole thing twice, can we get to sticky keys? Yep. We're at sticky keys now. Okay. Our input box theoretically should never do that because we're not recalculating on every key press. We're not tracking the content until you hit send. Yeah, they're not even doing anything. Like, they should be locking me out because I have too much text here, and they're not. They're not doing anything about it. Yeah, it's not that bad. Yeah, let's pick a fun language for this one. Let's do Zig. One thing I've heard about the Grok model that actually sounds cool if it's true, I'm waiting till I have an API to test it. Apparently, it's better at more obscure tools. Like if you're using Svelte or Zig or these other languages, it's better versus something like Claude, which is really good at React and TypeScript and popular things, but struggles more elsewhere. It is hitting some bad FPS here. We're at like 18 FPS. Is the CPU just getting hammered? What's going on here? Yeah. It just hung out at like 70% CPU for most of that by the looks of it. Let's try again just to be sure. Solve advent of code 2021 day 18 in TypeScript. Okay, this time it's not struggling as much. I don't know why it was struggling so badly prior. Still not great CPU utilization, but syntax highlighting is expensive. I get it. It is kind of funny. It's like, if you're going to use 80% of my CPU, why not just run the model locally? But as soon as it's done, it flattens back to nothing. Yeah, the CPU and memory usage is not bad overall. I have no idea why that one thread got so laggy. If I go back to it and ask for it to follow up, can you do it in Python now too? I don't like their scroll behavior either. I put a lot of time into ours. What we do on T3 chat is when you send a message, I create the new messages immediately and I scroll up so there's enough space for it to fill, but it doesn't auto scroll. There is no auto scroll in T3 chat. It just on send, if you're already at the bottom, the container gets bigger and puts the two messages in, and then it overfills if it goes longer. It's actually much better behavior than I've seen on other things. How'd I go on that whole rant? It hasn't even started replying yet. Is there no edit? I can't retry. It's just stuck here. Will it resume if I refresh? FaZe, if you can somehow cut this to... I'll give you a helpful cut here. We can't forget to run React Scan on Grok, though. I don't want to give him too good a score until we know. Use that as the cut to go from the tier list back to Grok for React Scan. And now we're going to go back to this error page. Cool. If Grok's just going to error out for no reason... I'm sorry, Elon. You were the best. But yeah, that's rough. You know what? Actually, I'm gonna delete this part. Here, we'll move this up to A. Yeah. I'm sorry, Elon. This is not fair. You're still the best UI, but it is not a stable experience. I've had too many errors for too few messages. 50% of my messages ended up in a weird error state at some point. Yeah, fine. I like the UI enough, and the skew is so bad. I'll let them stay in A, but fix your weird error states, guys. Come on. Hopefully, it's a good enough cut about what about T3 chat that we can go back to there to make it easier. Rad. Yeah, you can use the other ending I had already. That should be fine. I'm happy with this one. Another client out of date. Fun. Cool. Let's go back here. Extra for chat UI roasting. I'll editor's notes. Do your best to hide my email. Use the extras in 2 spots. First one, stuff, chat GPT, React scan for end of OpenAI part. Grok scan during tier list. Cool. I think that's clear enough. Your problem phase. No rush on that one. Update on material. Oh boy. Yo, Yash, thank you for like following up in here. It's the only one in here. That's hilarious. Oh, it was the icons package then. I think we're ready to do this one. Yeah, it looks like it's the theme icons package, which is a very useful thing for us to investigate more deeply. Who the fuck spammed my personal email with Pornhub password reset requests and registered a random account? God damn it. I can't trust you guys with anything, can I? Assholes. Why are they like this? It's like, why are I getting, because I got the AI chat, or I got the AI summary from Apple Intelligence. And it was like, password reset request. Like, what is that? Yeah. Check Discord DMs. Oh boy. Oops. Continue to download. Whose DM am I looking for? Because I have a lot here. I have a bunch of people who sent me the zips. Yeah, nothing in here concerning enough. Oh, yeah. Okay. Nothing pressing here. Back there. Back to it. Hop over to a nice looking browser again. I missed you, Zen. They would not benefit in any way. It's we are re-rendering so little that React is fine for this. The things that are slow have nothing to do with React. It's things like syntax highlighting is heavy and I have to build a cache layer in front of it if I want to really optimize it. Almost none of the perf issues we have with T3 chat are anything to do with React at all. And yes, we're running React compiler on it. I run it on all my apps now. Like, I will generally say, like, if you're switching frameworks over speed and you're not like already an expert in the frameworks and performance, it's almost certainly a skill issue. Like, you should skill up on understanding performance stuff before switching to a different framework magically expecting it to be faster. Like, if your React code is slow because you suck as a dev, the unique quirks in other frameworks are going to be very problematic, and you won't have as good of resources and as of communities to help you with all of those things. But yes, React compiler will get your performance to a much better spot overall and let you write simpler, more maintainable code. I just need to make a different email account for all these things. It's annoying because I have to sub to all the services on that other email and shit. I probably just need to make a Chrome extension that always hides it from the UI before paint happens, but problems for other days. Anyways, I think we have enough to start covering the drama. I thought I've missed. Let me double check to see if those are the info I was waiting for. Oh, I... I shit you not. I know a decent number of you guys were here last week when I complained about people sending me their life stories in DMs. That happened twice since I started streaming. It's just obnoxious. I don't know why anyone thinks that's a way to get anything. It's just dumb. Get this link over to here. Cool. Anyways, I think we're good to switch back to screen share. Whew. So this means this is the first time a VS Code extension has been formally removed, right? Because there's no other things here. I've never heard of this happening before. Okay, apparently they don't seem to be referencing the exact calls that they have access to. Yeah. Okay, I think I have my angle for this. Let's get all of our resources in order for it, because there's a lot for this one. I need to get all my archive links from earlier. Nope, that's fine. I already submitted this, so cool. I'll have that. Way back. I have a bunch on my GitHub. Oh, I have a bunch of my article too. I web archive that one. I always use web archive links for him because he deletes all of his shit constantly. Cool, that's where I'm starting. I think I have a flow here. This is going to be a challenging one to get everything together for. Oh, another fake Dracula had a cred stealer.
I think at this
Is that a real honey or sponsor? If so, that's really funny. That's about it. That has to be like making fun of honey, right? Okay, it's just making fun of it. That's fine. Okay, there's no sources. That's annoying. So someone linked earlier. I'm gonna have to find it on Twitter. Someone linked me a like report someone did. That was this. Cool. I think I have all the resources I want for this one. That's likely to. Usually, like if he found it himself, that you should do a write-up showcasing things, or at least like link the sources he found during his research. Yeah, let me know over DMs and also mention it here and tag me and make sure the mods see it too if they don't, because like I'm going to be in film mode. Best of luck. Let me know if you find anything real good when you're doing that. I'm going in. Let's do it. VS Code theme hack. There are no extensions installed as default. That's not a thing. Let's do it. Up here. Let's do it. I think I have everything I need. Let's get started. Yeah. I'm gonna take some water quick. 1 sec. Okay. There's a VS Code extension. Everyone loves themes in their editor. They're like, if you look at the comment section for almost any of my videos, there's one question that gets asked more than any other. What theme is that? What theme are you using? What retake on that. If you look at the comments for any of my videos, there's one question that gets asked more than any other. What theme is that? What theme are you using? What theme did you use here? Where can I find what information you have on the theme? I don't like how my flow worked on that. Third time is the charm. If you look at the comments for any of my videos, you're going to see the same question over and over again. What theme is that? What theme are you using? Can anyone tell me what theme Theo is using in his editor? What theme is that in VS Code? I don't care. Themes are what they are. People like them too much. But sometimes, I guess, they can be dangerous. And they're dangerous in ways I never would have expected. In fact, today, one of the biggest VS Code themes ever published, one that we've talked about in the past, is looking pretty likely to contain malware. And GitHub took unprecedented action by removing it from GitHub, from VS Code, and uninstalling it from everyone else's existing editors. It's unbelievable. And this is a crazy story. I actually got notified by one of the devs that was investigating last night because I maintain a fork of the theme. Because this isn't just any VS Code theme. This is the material theme. If you've been around for a while, you know that, or if you've been around for a while, you know what that means. But for those who haven't been, a real quick TLDR. A couple months back, I published a video about a VS Code theme trying to sue people because the creator of this theme decided that after doing an Apache licensed project for 10 years with lots of contributors, that he wasn't making enough money. So he removed the license, he privated the project, deleted all of the commits and all of the history, pretending it's this own separate thing, and then started threatening random projects that were using the same color scheme. Insanity. I chose to cover it, and it seems like he's gone actually mad since, because now he's publishing code that is almost certainly malicious. I have so much to cover here, from previous incidents to the comments from the team to the chaos I went through with the fork. I've had multiple security engineers trying to deobfuscate the binary since this all started. So much chaos to dive into here. Every time I think we've figured it out, it gets a little bit deeper. But I feel my pockets are... But before we can do that, I have to pay my team. So let's make sure bills are paid. Quick sponsor break, and we'll be right back to it. Okay, now that bills are paid, actually, I have one more bill I need to pay. Eva, if you're in chat, for those who don't know Eva, she's one of my favorite hackers in the space. I still owe you money. Let me pay you, or I'm going to donate it to Firebase. I'm sure you'll love that. Anyways, this is the first message I got about all of this drama. Well, to be clear, I got this link from somebody talking about all of this. What happened was the material theme was pulled from the VS Code marketplace. Previous things like this have happened. There is some history of VS Code extensions hacking people, but they're usually typo squatting. A while back, someone typo squatted the Dracula theme with a Darkula. Yeah, Darkula. They misspelt it intentionally, got it verified, bought a domain, because that's all it takes to get verified on the VS Code store, and were able to get a ton of installs and infect a ton of devices. But that wasn't the actual Dracula theme. That was a fake typo squat that they forced into trending by getting it installed enough and then infected a ton of people. That was a big deal. There's also some crazy reporting on the history of VS Code extensions and the potential for them to be exploited. We'll get to that all in a bit because we need to talk about the insanity that is this one theme first and foremost. So this was posted on HN yesterday, and the link you'll see is dead. It previously was to a discussion about this all. No longer is because it was taken down. Thankfully, it has been archived, so we can look at this discussion. There we go. The extension was reported to be problematic. What is happening here? Why is everyone upset in the marketplace comment section? Are those comments legit? And this is on the material theme repo, which if we navigate here, because it's been deleted, this isn't this empty because of Wayback Machine. This is empty because he deleted everything. He left one single commit, even though he committed to it 15 times in the past month. This dude has this really weird, insane trait of just force pushing over one commit constantly so that no one can see his history. He's obsessed with deleting his past, hiding everything that he's ever done in the past, and trying to pull a fast one over people. I'm going out of my way to make sure he can't anymore by putting his full name as well as his handle and all of the other things on my blog so I can ruin his life with SEO, because this dude is trying to ruin the world. I'm going to make sure he can't be employed. We'll get back to all that later. Do not worry. So the official extension got reported for being problematic. Someone else had done some analysis on the extension and found a bunch of obfuscated code as well as the ability to execute processes in the node layer. Very bad. This gets way worse, though, because he didn't respond to comment. This gets worse, though, because when the VS Code team was notified of this, they took it down immediately. And his response is just insanity, conspiracy, nonsense. Mind you, I have no idea any of this is going on at the time. None of this has been involved with me at all. People are pointing out they're getting this message. We've uninstalled this extension because it was reported to be problematic. Love that VS Code can do this. I saw some people trying to raise red flags that it's horrifying that VS Code can just remove your extensions. I think it's fair they can remove malware that was installed through their platform. That's a reasonable thing. His comment is in here, though. I think. Maybe not. Maybe this archive.org was from before he had commented. Looking likely that that is the case. But I can find his comment because I have it linked here. Nope, I have it linked here. Before we get to his comment, I want to show what the VS Code team said first and foremost. Hi, it's Dor here from the VS Code team. A member of the community did a deep security analysis of the extension and found multiple red flags that indicate malicious intent and reported it to us. Our security researchers at Microsoft confirmed the claims and found additional suspicious code. We banned the publisher from the VS Code marketplace and removed all of the extensions and uninstalled them from existing VS Code instances that have the extension running. For clarity, this removal has nothing to do about copyright and licenses, only about potential malicious intent. I know he's been trying to flip this as, oh, it's because people are mad that I changed the license on it. It's totally legal to change your license. It's not viable to pretend the old license didn't exist on old code. You can't just change existing things that are in the public. But he likes to think this is all some conspiracy because we don't like the changes he made to the license. No, this is because he's publishing obfuscated malware. The reason I got pulled in is this developer, Istor, was notified by others in the replies that there is a fork that is somewhat popular. You might need to chase down re-uploads too, linking to mine. This was 16 hours ago. He reached out to me soon after to let me know this was all going on. He's handled this incredibly well. Even notified me that they would, or he even went as far as saying that they would notify me if they found anything before any changes were made. And I rejected that offer. I told him, if you find malware or anything potentially harmful in my fork, delete it first. Notify me after. I don't want any potential for any amount of time for something to hurt users from the open source world, me or not. I don't want special treatment in any of this. I just want the problem gone. Istorn handled this incredibly well. The team was looking into it. They haven't found anything in my extension. I still went out of my way too, though. I, as mentioned, have my fork. When forking from someone else's older fork, because that's the only reason we had it, because remember, source code was deleted, 1,035 commits ahead. That's because he deleted all the other commits. So my fork is 23 commits ahead of that one because I've been making changes. Most of them were just like originally deleting references and links to things that could have been sketchy, but I hadn't changed any of the code that actually got published. Because of this, I was up until 5 a.m. gutting everything I could from the extension. And as you can see from the minus 4,315, there was a lot here for me to gut, and then another 3,500 negative PR right after. The amount of garbage that was in this extension before is genuinely unbelievable. They had Open Collective. I get it. This dude really wanted to make money for his hex codes that he invented 10 years ago that aren't even his. They're mostly from Google. I got rid of the changelog because I don't care. Got rid of half the things from package lock, not because I deleted the package lock, but because he had so many things that weren't necessary, because he was bundling Sanity, which is a CDN. The reason I just got so much stuff deleted is he was bundling things that just weren't necessary, like Sanity. Rather than putting the release notes in the project, he kept a separate content like platform, a separate like blog thing to put all of that so that it could be dynamically loaded in on the fly. Why? We don't need a fancy fucking web page. We don't need Browserify in our VS Code extension. None of this was necessary. All of this was absurd. So I just got rid of that one useless page that had like 10 lines of HTML anyways and gutted everything else. Ended up cutting the amount of code in the code base by over half. Got rid of all the weird UI things that didn't need to be there. Ended up getting rid of a lot of this entirely on the second pass, but I deleted so much shit from this project. It's hilarious. It's fine. It's actually in a good state-ish now. I love that comment. Yeah, I deleted all the UI stuff. I deleted all the setting stuff, which, funny enough, was commented out as work in progress, but all the code and bundlers were there. This code base was never in a good state. I'm not convinced that Mattia's a real developer, honestly, from the things I've seen. It seems like he somehow got control of this project because he made design suggestions. And it's the only thing he's ever had associated with his name that's successful. And now he's taking it out on all of us. Interesting code base. I trimmed the shit out of it. Material theme, but I won't sue you. I need to rename it to I won't sue or hack you. You get the idea. Republished. It should be good. Nothing I found seemed malicious, though, and I want to emphasize that. These removals and these deprecations, this isn't because this code was super sus and likely to cause a problem. It's because it was the only place there might be something. So the Browserify code, boring, but that code results in an HTML page being created that is remotely fetching some data. Would rather just not have that in. Unlikely to be the problem, and according to everything I've heard since, it certainly wasn't, but bad enough that I was concerned I gutted all of it. If only that's where this story ends. I ended up commenting on here, because of course I did, gave some additional details. As I mentioned, I had the VS Code team auditing it as we speak, and given them full permission to immediately pull from the marketplace and force uninstall from users if they find anything malicious. I've audited the code base thoroughly, and I've removed all code related to changelogs, analytics, open collective, and HTML rendering, theoretically reducing the surface area of exploiting to 0. Drop the repo, everything else here. There was a real funny reply here. I think it got deleted because it was so dumb. Someone was saying, you don't need to tell the VS Code team what they can and can't do. Who do you think you are? Yeah, my haters are living in their own fucking planet. Good for them. I'm happy it got flagged. It's nice. It's the first time HN's been this nice to me, which has been kind of cool. Audit the code base. It's like VS Code themes are not complex. If I've learned anything from this, it's just funny to me that someone felt that entitled to 800 lines of code, most of which are just hex codes and generators to put them in different shapes. This isn't an impressive project. It's a bad project. And if like the theme was beautiful, that's one thing. I'm the maintainer of the most popular fork of the theme. I will never use that theme because it is ugly as all fucking sin. Like, I don't even have it. Let me switch to VS Code. Yeah, I have it on here because I was testing it. Like, this is the theme. It's not a good theme. I would never use this. I don't know why he feels like he should make multiple end salaries of a living pushing 2-line commits constantly. I find one other thing. Like, all of his commits are just nonsense to these projects, like material theme icons, material theme, React, Sticky Spy, Stylint, all this. I went and checked all of these projects to see what the commits were. All of them had one commit. And that one commit was always like a README update or something. I think this dude is just like obsessively writing copy and pushing it nonstop. Just fucking chaos. You might have noticed I'm showing you a screenshot of this. There's a reason. The reason is that he hid it. He made his account private. Also of note, everybody was mad that I doxed his name. There's his name. And it was here too. He changed it because I'm sure his next accusation is going to be that I'm doxing him by showing his public profile information. I'm not trying to dox him. I'm trying to make sure if somebody is considering employing this fucking lunatic, that they will figure out what he's done if they Google search his name. That's it. Anyways, if this was just like a misunderstanding, which is possible, maybe one of his deps was compromised, maybe he pushed something bad, maybe there was any good faith in here, that's one thing. But I need to show you guys the code in this. That's the script. This is the zip he uploaded, which is intentionally less obfuscated. But even then, yeah, he was obfuscating the utter shit out of this code because he was so upset that people had access to the source. He inherited this code base that he doesn't understand. He's mad other people understand it better than him, and he's taking it out on all of us by now shipping malware. This is absurdity, though. Like, the level of obfuscation for a theme, for a pile of fucking hex codes, is genuinely unbelievable. It's hilarious. But after spending far too much time with my research team and my friends who are all security people, we couldn't find what happened here. We couldn't find anything malicious in the VSC material theme, and we hunted. There was a ton of weird shit, a ton of obfuscation that was unnecessary, a ton of problems, and the theoretical slight threat from that sanity package that's ancient. But that's not this package. It turns out it was actually the material theme icons package that was the problem. We are still in the process of auditing this one. I've put some effort in. The core problems have been shared by the VS Code team in this new removed packages thing that they just put out. This is the only package in this list. They made a whole new flow in the VS Marketplace repo just because of this dude's insanity. I haven't even gotten to his insanity, though. Let's go back for a second. I want to just read through some Mattia-isms. This is art. This is like insane person, like the creme de la creme of insanity in open source. It's beautiful. Unfortunately, all of our extensions have been censored and pulled down without any possibility of appeal, notice, or apparent reason. A really sad day. The main reason is due to a stupid and ignorant person who shared a fake and defamatory video on YouTube, spreading false and invented information without knowing the real facts. Hi, Mattia. I hope you didn't like your job. Unfortunately, this cancer has spread, and people have reported all extensions as viruses regardless, relying on the false information disclosed and repeating it like parrots. There is a new premium version of the theme and icons, but at the moment it cannot be distributed on the marketplace if we want to do it, given the meaningless censorship. If you want the latest free version, here's the zip. This zip, by the way, is entirely different than the ones being published. We have audited the shit out of it. Clearly trying to rewrite history. It's a common thing for him. He deletes stuff all the time. He renames stuff all the time. In my previous video, I had a blog post that he had written all about how the Z editor was a bad open source thing. And by the way, I should give the context. The reason I dove in on all of this in the first place last year is I was reading another thing on dev.to. It's like a blog thing for devs. I saw a post in there that said something like the title, I should find it. Easiest place is my YouTube. Look at that. You should avoid the Z editor. Z team openly promotes a violation of licenses between open source and closed source software, even when faced with evidence. They shamelessly claim they have the power to decide and interpret licenses as they see fit. I just randomly stumbled on this blog post last year. It was the most insane shit I'd ever read. I was just dying laughing at a point. And yeah, I couldn't stop being amused by how absurd it was. So he deleted the post. I reached out to him for comment. He wrote me like 10 essays in DMs and then blocked me because I didn't respond fast enough. So I made my video after researching it more because he's a lunatic. And I think I accidentally broke this dumbass. And now he is taking it out on the rest of the world by shipping fucking malware in his extension. Yeah. So this isn't me stalking somebody. This is me stumbling on an article he wrote, seeing madness that had the risk of actually damaging the open source community. So I put my foot down. He went more insane. I made a video about it. And remember, the reason he's doing all of this in the first place is the most popular he's ever been was when he took over this project that was deprecated and left behind by the original maintainers. is the first time a big number was ever associated with his name. There's actually a second time now, and it's my video. My video is probably even more popular than that extension was, and that is driving him insane. The fact that most people who know Matthias's name know it, or the fact that most people who know Mattia Estorino's name know it as the guy who went insane about licenses and rug pulled an open source project probably makes him feel really bad. And now the fact that he's known as a person trying to ship malware through an extension he didn't even write, it's probably going to make him go bad even more so. I'm thankful my address isn't public information. Yeah. I had somewhere I was going with that, and I've entirely lost it since. Yeah, the core point I'm trying to make is his weird conspiracy, and he's dropped this in a few places. I don't have all the links because I wasn't as good about saving his madness as I usually am. Do I have more in my notes by chance? I don't. Fuck. He had comments in other places where he very specifically accused me of working behind the scenes with the VS Code team and lying to them to make this happen. You also might have noticed here the Fanny theme. He almost immediately made a new GitHub account and republished under the Fanny theme instead. I notified the VS Code team. They took it down immediately. And then he went and did it again under a different name. He just can't help himself. Now I'm going to take a step back and do my best to good faith what might have actually happened here. He is claiming it's the outdated Sanity.io dep. We have no reason to believe that. All of this said, I have my own theory of what might actually have happened here. If we go back to the official publication that, mind you, we just got this an hour ago, so I've done all of my research without having this from the VS Code team. I've been asking for more info. They just gave me this. The VSC material theme icons was removed because the theming extension had heavily obfuscated code and unreasonable dependencies, including a utility for running child processes. I wish we had more info, but if I am doing my absolute best faith attempt to say what might have happened here, assuming that Mattia isn't actually intentionally shipping malware, what may have happened here is a weird order of events. Trying to defend Mattia. Okay. So, what happened first, in order for this order of events to make any sense at all, we have to acknowledge the fact that Mattia felt hurt that he couldn't make more money on his OSS project material theme. So he was upset that he couldn't make money on the OSS project. 2, he changed the license so he can sell it. 3, blowback happened. Fork happened. He went kind of mad. And remember, this is my attempt to defend him. This is all necessary in order to defend what might have happened here. Because he felt burnt by the forks, he went hard to make sure nobody could use his innovations anymore. Because he was so upset about people forking, and he's so convinced that the random changes he's making that are mostly README changes are so important, he wants to make sure the forks don't have access to it. So he is obfuscating the shit out of his code in order to make sure people like me can't get it. This is, again, my best faith attempt to explain what might have happened here, all presuming it's not actually malicious too. So all of this we have to assume is true, and he would have to admit is true in order for us to ever again trust him. He has to admit every one of these points is true. So what happened? Point 5. Remember, now the code is obfuscated. He continued to use, how I want to word this. He is using, how do I want to put this? He's using a very outdated package for loading. He called it release notes. As I mentioned before, he didn't put the release notes in the package. He put the release notes on sanity.io, which is a CMS. It's a content management thing. It's like WordPress kind of. And rather than put the release notes anywhere logical, remember, his GitHub repos are all purged. So instead of putting them there, he put them in Sanity and then would have Sanity get hit via their package to download it and put it into the UI. But he was using an ancient version, which might have had child process stuff in it. I haven't audited Sanity client version 0. Or I think it's 2.10 or whatever. I haven't thoroughly audited it, but it is possible that the child process thing that is mentioned here, the utility for running child processes might be the old Sanity client or a really old like thing that it was importing. Okay, according to chat, it's not. Oh, is he in chat? Okay, child process it's for a different extension. Okay, this is good info. The material icons theme has exec-a as a dev dep. Theoretically only used in the build step, so that might not be the problem. Was he not using Sanity in the icons one? Let me check. I have one of those code bases here. He's not using Sanity for this one. Okay, interesting. Oh, why the fuck does he have exec-a as a dep? Not even a dev dep. I'm trying to be good faith here, and I can't. I can't even finish it because this makes no sense at all. This is no. No. If you don't know what exec-a is, it's process execution. It's a package that lets you execute stuff in Node, like CLI stuff. This should not exist in a fucking theme. I will continue to try my best attempt at good faith, like what might have gone wrong here. It's getting increasingly hard as I go, though. Okay. So, this isn't the problem. Let's theorize. He used exec-a for something needed for rendering the icon pack. It's possible he was using it to like load shit. Can we even find what he's using it for if I go back to the code? Okay, it's just included. It's not used anywhere here that we know of, at least, but it's possible he packaged it here and then the code he was building and publishing included it separately. But we don't have immediate insight on what it's being used for. It's also possibly being obfuscated too, which makes it even more fun. This is why this is such a problem, because it's so hard to, because he's not being honest and the code isn't being honest, it's so obfuscated. It's not great. Apparently in the DOP that people have been doing, exec-a is not referenced, but whatever. We'll keep going through this theoretical. So using this for something, for rendering the icon pack. Remember, he's not a real dev, so it's possible this was just like the solution that ChatGPT came up with and he just did it and moved on. But the combination of using a package that can be malicious and can be absolutely used for malicious things, even if he wasn't, it can be, combined with the obfuscations he was doing here, these two combined into what looks like to any reasonable human a threat. And even if it wasn't a threat, it is the reasonable decision to remove the package based on this information. We're already theory crafting pretty heavy here. But even then, I'm going to draw a line for now we're actually imagining shit. So everything above is a theoretical how we got here. Everything below is what could have happened instead. Assuming he wasn't malicious, assuming this was good faith. Extension gets removed due to very suspicious behaviors. The thing he could have done there, the thing he should have done, is he should have reached out. If he genuinely believed it wasn't malicious, there's a lot of paths he could have taken. He could have made a public statement saying, hey, it looks like something in my extension triggered the VS Code team into thinking it was malicious. That really sucks. I'm more than happy to provide everything I can to them. Source code, build steps, binaries, whatever. I don't believe what I was doing was malicious. It is possible I made a mistake. I would like to figure this out and rectify the situation. If he had demonstrated any amount of good faith at this point, this could have went entirely differently. If he was actually operating in good faith and didn't actually ship malware or malicious things, there was a great opportunity for him to recognize that. His GitHub wasn't public, or his GitHub didn't get taken down. It was just his ability to publish VS Code extensions from his existing org. He had the opportunity at this point to be a decent human and acknowledge the fact that professional security people had issues with his code base. Maybe there's a mistake there. When I have a security researcher reaching out to me and saying, hey, there's a problem here, or even when I had the issues with random antivirus providers blocking things on upload thing, the first thing I do is take a deep look to make sure it's a valid report. And if they're reporting a URL that has or had something malicious in it, I always make sure to acknowledge that and get it handled first and foremost. And then if they don't do anything, I flame the shit out of them. But like, you have to earn that privilege. You can't just start with a conspiracy theory like this dude fucking loves to. As he said, the reason this is happening isn't because there's malicious things in the package. The reason is because of a YouTuber. That's why this happened in his head. But this is the problem. If he had here operated in any amount of good faith, if at this point he had said, it seems like there is a mistake or some misunderstanding, my account has been restricted, I'm working my hardest to get a hold of the VS Code theme, or I'm working my hardest to get a hold of the VS Code team to figure out what went wrong here and how I can fix it. But that is not what he did. What he did is blame everyone else and claim that it is me that caused all of this, when I had no idea any of it was even going on. And then my favorite, our Microsoft account has been blocked and banned too, so we are already discontinuing all of our relationships with Microsoft. We don't know if we want to interact with it anymore. Over the next 3 hours, he republished his extensions on different accounts 6 separate times. So he clearly does want to keep working with Microsoft. But this is the problem. If we were to presume all of these very generous points on top, 0 of his behavior since makes any sense. If he had actually either made a mistake or got flagged incorrectly here, he wouldn't have done any of the things he did since. The fact that he has insisted on trying to, like, I don't want to say it. The fact that he's insisting on defaming me before I even know this is happening, the fact that he's insisting on circumventing the ban constantly, the fact that he is constantly posting and deleting, showing and hiding, locking and unlocking things all over his GitHub, the fact that he privated his Twitter, all of this shows that he's not doing this for the hex codes. He's doing this for the attention and out of this feeling of righteousness that the world has wronged him for not paying him enough money for his hex codes, for not respecting his decision to rip a license out that others had contributed to the project for 10 years. His righteousness and entitlement, combined with his conspiratorial thinking, it's some type of mental illness. I think it's narcissism plus other things, but this guy's unwell, and I even feel bad doing this, but it's important because this isn't the first time this has happened, and it's not going to be the last either. And I want to make sure we can better recognize these things when they are starting to happen. Something that really surprised me throughout this drama is something I didn't expect with this drama was how surprised people were by it. The number of people who said, I had no idea anyone would do anything like this, shocked me. Because this seemed obvious to me. It was very clear this dude would do something like it because I saw how he behaved. The controversial take I'm going to drop right now that I will die gladly on the hill of. Let me find the dev to... I need to open old things. Listen on things that... Sorry. The spicy hill I'm going to die on is that someone doing something like this should immediately be outed from this community. If you're willing to delusionally claim all of this license bullshit about a good faith open source project like Zed because you feel entitled in that way, you're an inherently dangerous and destructive person. To me, obviously the gap between this type of spam bullshit and actually shipping obfuscated malicious code is huge. Like, I'm not trying to act as though this is just as bad as what he did. But once you've crossed this line, it's all the same to you. And the thing that's important to understand about somebody who's as delusional and deranged as Mattia here is that he doesn't care about anyone outside of him. And if he's willing to show it here with this horrifying post and the harassment that he put the Zed Industries team through, he'll do other things. And if we don't immediately actively go out of our way to get these people as far from our community as possible, they will continue to do damage nonstop. I watched this all go down with the Faker JS dude. I watched it all go down with Mattia. I knew what was next. It's always the same. It's the entitlement, the begging for money, the rewriting history. And then when you stop getting attention for it, it's the malware. That's the pattern every time. I knew it was going to happen. I'm not surprised at all. The reason I am breaking my positivity streak to go off on this asshole is because we as a community need to make sure when someone does shit like this, that they no longer are, like, they can't exist. It should have been the biggest news story that you have to uninstall this extension because the dude went insane. I felt bad going bigger with it because I thought people would think I'm trying to get everyone to install my extension or some shit. I don't want anyone to use my material theme fork because I think it's a shit theme. But it's more important, way more important, that everyone removes his than they remove it entirely or anything else. I made the fork because I want there to be zero reason for any person in the world to have software made by this lunatic. And I put a lot of effort into maintaining a fork of something I will never use because, to me, it is more important that the option exists to let people out of the insane path than for him to have a single fucking user. And everyone else said I was overreacting and I was going insane at the time. Now everyone's saying, I never would have guessed. I thought he was a good faith actor. No, he's a lunatic. And we cannot let people who do shit like this ship software in the open source world. Apparently somebody from the code team is here and he's currently making hundreds of fake accounts. This is nonsense. This is absurdity. This happens. Nothing here that I want to have anyways. What do you got for me here? Oh, Fanny theme. Look at that. He's going again. Initial commit 10 hours ago. He's doing his whole thing once more. What a surprise. The point I really want to make here, and I hope I've made it clear enough, is once you've crossed the threshold of good faith and you're actively trying to damage other good faith open source people, you're just going to keep spiraling. And we need to stop it as soon as we see it. And the reason I made that first video is I was trying to stop it as soon as I saw it. And my only regret was not putting my foot down harder and going more extreme with it. Matthias should not be employable in our field. Matthias should not be employable at fucking all, if I'm being totally honest. This person needs to go into an institution, get their shit together, put out a real big public apology, acknowledge all of the people he's wronged throughout the process, and then maybe reset as a farmer. Maybe. This is not acceptable. The fact that he still feels righteous throughout all of this, the fact that he is still claiming this all happened because a YouTuber is behind the scenes convincing the VS Code Microsoft team to censor him, is just fucking hilarious to me. Like, genuinely. It's obfuscated only because the extension is now closed source. We published the Fanny theme, which is what should have been Material Theme Pro. Completely rewritten. Sure. There's, he commented on the other thread, right? The one that, yeah, here. Love this. This is on the VS Marketplace repo, by the way. So these comments are going to be deleted. I've already archived them because I know what he does. I know how he is. He can't help himself. The person who posted on Hacker News, a member of the VS Code team, is a friend or direct contact of Theo. Probably. I had no idea who the dude was. He hit me up after because my extension was being tagged in it. Insanity. He just lives in his own fucking world. And it's not sanity. Like, it's funny, I just said insanity. He's claiming sanity is the problem. We have now established it isn't. Yeah. Also is trying to claim that my auditing of the code proved there was something malicious because I was auditing the open source version from over a year ago that I forked. Yeah, the so-called initial commit. He just can't help himself. Oh, created a third org. Yep, the Vira theme, which he made right after and transferred everything to that. He's just been hopping between all these projects, transferring everything around, doing everything he can to keep his extension out. Because again, that's all he has to live for. He is convinced that the only relevance, or he is convinced that this thing is so big and so important because the number next to the installs was really big. And this is the last point I really want to emphasize. How did we get here? There's a specific phenomena that I've seen a few times now that I want to write down so I have it documented somewhere. This is going to be a weird dive into human psyche, and it's necessary. Hear me out, guys. Point one is that humans were not built to have the levels of info and exposure that they do with the internet. Before the internet, most people had 2 to 4 friends. Most people knew 20 to 30 people. Things like cars and cities and phones and TV and now the internet has allowed for humans to have more interactions with more people than ever before. The human brain wasn't built for this, though. The human brain was built for, I know 10 people, 8 of them like what I'm doing, 1 of them doesn't. I should use this opportunity to see why that person doesn't like what I'm doing. And if they're not understanding, I'll write them off and just pay attention to the other 8 people. Our brains were built to operate in these smaller circles. Like, I know the people in this circle. If we were to like make them all little dots, we'll say the green ones are the people who are being nice and say good things about me. but then I have the one who's saying a bad thing. It's relatively easy to look at this circle and write off the one person. Some people don't, to be clear. A lot of people don't, but a lot do. And it's very easy when you're just focused on your own circle and your own world to ignore this one person and acknowledge the fact that for the most part, the people in your circle are positive. This all changes with the internet because previously, we just like put a ton of these dots all over the place. I need to paste that one less bad. Like we just put these dots everywhere. Your circle is only before the internet going to cover a very small section. Like you might know these people, but all these other people don't bother you. And maybe you happen to have like one negative one in your circle. Whatever. It's fine. Who cares? The problem is the internet. The internet does this. Suddenly there's a lot more opinions. But there's one other problem. If I take like this section here, and I have the one negative dot and all these other positive dots around, I'm going to delete these, clean up a bit. Like if this is the people I know and the feedback I'm getting about things I'm doing in my life. That's not what I'm trying to do. Come on, just let me move it. Cool. Good enough. Retake. If this is the people in my life, the people I know and care about, one's being negative, others are being positive. Hopefully people will just do that. But sadly, it is human nature to pay more attention to the negative things than the positive. This here isn't going to be just a small circle. I don't like that it's doing that. Let's make it an actual circle then. Humans care more about the negative things in their lives than the positive. If you have a day where you have multiple good things happen and one bad thing happen, that bad thing is going to represent a disproportionate amount of your conversations, of the time you spend in your head, the things that you do. That's an evolutionary trait humans have because it keeps us safer. If you eat a bunch of berries and most of them are fine, but one berry gets you sick, never eating berries again is somewhat irrational, but you're less likely to get killed by a poisonous berry. So why am I bringing all of this up? If we have a small circle here, we overreact to the negative, there's still enough positive in here for us to feel fine as humans. But if we take this circle and we do this with it, and we make all of those red ones way bigger, in fact, we should probably have way more of them too. Because if you're on the internet, the average person you're interacting with is not a good person. They're not a nice person. Suddenly, the amount of things in your circle has gone up a ton. The amount of things you're seeing has gone up a bunch. And the amount of negative has too. And the percentage of it that is negative has gone up as well. So there is more feedback. Like most people pre-internet would only ever hear the thoughts of like 5 or 6 people in their lives about what they feel about something. With the internet, everyone has something to say about your shit. And if you can only handle, let's say your circle can only fit 3 things in it, or 5 things. If your circle of like what you can pay attention to and understand can only fit 5 things in it, I'll go in here and remove 2 of those. Now it's 4 positive but small, 1 negative but bigger. Just because there's more stuff here doesn't mean I can handle more. And the reality is this bigger circle has way more than 5 negative things in it. This circle has an absolute shitload of them. So if we just take those, because that's human nature, holy shit, all of the things people are saying, all of the feedback around me, everything in my life is collapsing. There is so much negativity. Everything is bad and evil, and everybody who's okay with this is bad and evil too. The only way you can cope once you're in this situation is if you convince yourself that everyone is bad, because the only people you can think about aren't the 3 or 4 nice guys that are actually in here. Those get wiped out because your brain can only process so much feedback at once. And when those get wiped out, all that's left is the negative. And when all that's left is the negative is how you're thinking, you go insane. When you're at this point, most people, even mentally well people, go mad. The size of the circle is the number of people you reasonably would interact with or would talk about you or know about you. The number of people who would know about you pre-internet, 5 to 10, now can be a lot more. There's one last aspect here, though. Let's say Mattia did actually have a somewhat big circle here. Previously, he lived life with a small one. He had like the people, maybe his like girlfriend or mom or whatever, maybe some coworkers, and he had this little circle. He was happy. All was good. All of a sudden, he starts contributing to this material theme. All of a sudden, his circle is way bigger, and it's all positive. Because everybody's using the theme or everybody who's interacting with about the theme is being really positive about it because they like the theme. All of a sudden, he went from having 3 people who cared to, according to the installs on GitHub, millions. Suddenly, the high of everyone liking him and caring is just getting to his evolutionary, or it's just getting to the biology of his brain where you're not built to get that much feedback at all. And if you get addicted to this thing that humans weren't built for, the same way you would get addicted to a drug, you'll get addicted to that feeling of people saying really nice things about you. So he got addicted to that. And that went so far that he started to feel entitled. Don't know why I keep doing that. If suddenly you have this many people being nice to you, saying your thing is great, and you feel like it's a lot of work because it's the biggest thing you've ever done, you're not thinking about how hard it is to do. You're not thinking about what people need out of all of this. What you're thinking about is all of those numbers. You're seeing this big number, bigger than anything you've ever imagined, and all you've gotten out of it is a few people being nice in your replies. You haven't gotten any money out of it. You haven't gotten any jobs out of it. You haven't gotten anything really out of it. Suddenly, entitlement starts to brew because your life is this small circle, but your contribution to this one thing that people used a whole bunch 10 years ago was this circle. Going from this circle to that circle feels really good. Going from that circle to that circle feels terrible. Suddenly, people stopped caring about his theme. Suddenly, his world started collapsing in on him effectively because the one thing that he felt made him successful, which was his contributions to this theme, no one cared anymore. But he still felt like he didn't get what he deserved from this era, from when he was here. That if he could be here, he deserves to be here. And if he deserves to be here, he deserves money for being here. And if all the other random things he did were even smaller, maybe they were tiny circles with nobody in them, which I've read through his GitHub, this is what actually happened. His other stuff just made him smaller and smaller. And that drove him insane. Rather than accept that this here was luck, the fact that you had this much positivity was a lucky roll, and now you're having bad rolls, he, like many will do, decided to blame external things. Because being at the high of this is incredible. Having to go back to normal life in these smaller circles is horrible. Rather than acknowledge that it is a personal failing or the hardest thing, that he never deserved to be here in the first place, instead, he blames the world. This is human nature. He had more exposure than the human brain was built to have, got addicted to it, it got taken from him, and rather than realize that was luck in the first place, he is now blaming the world for it. Suddenly, something bigger happened. He started harassing all these other projects because he felt entitled to their success. He felt like the reason his theme wasn't getting the attention and the money it deserved was people forking the open source version and putting it in other places. His entitlement to being in this circle caused him to do terrible, explosive, dangerous things. Which is when I covered it. And that is when this happened. All of a sudden, he has more exposure than he ever had before. More people know his name than ever knew him before. All of that happened because he handled that transition so poorly. His goal was to go from here back to there. Instead, he ended up here. Now he's experiencing more negativity than he's ever experienced in his entire life because of the natural blowback to the terrible thing he did. And since he is so obsessed with having this big circle full of people being nice to him and paying him, the fact that this was the biggest thing he'd ever experienced in his life, it failed, and now suddenly he's experiencing something bigger. And the bigger thing is forcing him to acknowledge the reality of the thing he did doesn't actually matter that much, and he needs to get over himself. Instead, he brings himself here, ignoring any positivity or good faith anyone approached him with, including the good faith I started this with earlier on, my little thread up there. Anybody doing things like this, he would just ignore because he's too fixated on this. And rather than acknowledge that there's all these people who hate him, what he has done instead is invented this. Now he is convinced the real wrong is Theo. The reason there's so much negativity in his life, the reason everyone's flipped on him, the reason his life's falling apart, nobody likes him, nobody will ever hire him. Okay, that one is my fault. The fact that everything went wrong and no one believes him is my fault. And I don't blame him for that. That is human nature. If your brain is so feeble that you were meant to live in this little circle here with a couple people that have social familial obligations with you to never be mean to you, then you're not going to succeed on the internet. You're not built for this. And that is normal. Most people will not handle this circle well. And I've even seen this happen to good faith maintainers. Like I don't want to play the specific example because I don't want to out the person, but there was a very prominent open source maintainer that felt like his work wasn't being appreciated properly because of another project that was performing really well. This open source maintainer wrote a long thing about how their solution was actually really good, and they felt like it was unfair that people were saying the other one was always better than theirs. Another influencer did a video I considered quite irresponsible, saying that they were coping in bad faith and pretending their thing was good when it wasn't. And suddenly this person who had a little small group of people, and no, nobody in chat's guessed right. Everyone's saying that they know who it is. None of y'all know who it is. I've actually done a good job of obfuscating this one. He went from his little small circle to a slightly bigger circle of people who understood his project and cared about the thing he was doing. He was trying to defend his little circle. His circle still existed, and that was the crazy part with that guy. He still had his, admittedly not as big, but big enough circle of people who got it. And one of those little guys in it being positive was me. But another influencer, I don't want to out who they are, in my opinion, irresponsibly covered the situation and put that good faith maintainer who was probably a little too spicy with their post defending their stuff, was still working really hard, still pushing the ecosystem forward, working on a dependency that, by the way, everyone in chat has installed on their computer right now. It's a huge one. Suddenly, they're getting more attention than ever, and the majority of it is negative. There are more negative circles happening to them right now than they've experienced in their whole life up until that point. And if you've only had 5 people be mean to you in 30 years, and suddenly you have 500 people being mean to you in 30 minutes, your brain shuts down. It's not human to be able to handle that. And it's whatever disorder I have that makes me capable of it is one of the reasons I can do the influencer thing. My brain is weirdly capable of just blanking out all the negatives, just taking all these red dots and just mentally erasing them, because my brain makes the green ones bigger, not the red ones. So because of that, I can cope with the horrifying amount of negativity in my comment sections, with the terrible things people lie about me on the internet about all the time. There are so many fucking delusions that people have spread about me. They're actually kind of funny sometimes, the level they go to. Apparently I stole my biggest project from an Indian kid and pretended it was mine. Love those ones. I have learned to value things a bit differently, though. Rather than pay attention to the negative people, I pay attention to the people who I look up to. So if I have people I care about, like the awesome open source maintainers that I regularly shout out for my success. Like, I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for Ryan Carniato, Tanner Lindsley, and Fred Schott. Those three people I respect so highly. And if any of them reach out to me and say, hey, I think that might have been an overreach, or they are concerned about something I'm involved in, this has happened, then I immediately overthink everything, address it, and do my best to fix whatever they're calling me out for, because I trust the shit out of them. And if they think I'm screwing up and I didn't, that is a thing I need to reflect on and fix. But if a non-anime pro pick account on Twitter is saying that I am a horrible person ruining the open source ecosystem, why would I value them over these awesome people who taught me how to fucking code? Why the hell would I ever value random anons over people who I actually look up to? Because my brain works that way. I can handle the negativity great. But that's like a skill I've developed over the years. Normal people don't have that skill. Their brain does the opposite. All the good things go away, and all the bad things consume their brain. You have a couple options at this point. You can cave to the mob. I won't pretend that's going to magically solve all your problems often, especially when negativity is misplaced. Like if the open source dev I was talking about earlier was to cave to the mob, it would not have benefited him at all. But the best thing to do, honestly, it's intentionally move back to the small circle. If you are forced into this big circle where everything is so super negative, delete your account for a bit. Just go offline. Go hang with people IRL that you actually know and trust, that don't get any of the stuff. Like when I'm in a big drama, I have my pocket of friends, usually from the skateboard scene, that I'll go hang with, that don't know anything. They don't even have Twitter accounts. They live in a different world. And if this is too negative, the healthy coping mechanism isn't to prove each of these red dots wrong with crazy fucking conspiracy theories. The solution is to move the fuck on, get out of there. Because when you're not responding, the circle vanishes. And all these bad people, all these negative things, they just slowly start to disappear. They feed off each other, but they grow through your attention. If you can just stop living in that circle, if you can just ignore that and go back to your small circle in the separate worlds, you'll be fine. And the only reason you don't do that, okay, there's a couple reasons you might not do that. One is that you don't have any friends IRL, so the circle would be empty. I have a feeling a certain individual might be in that boat. You might feel like the thing you did or that people are upset about is damaging something you care about a lot. So with this open source maintainer, the project had a lot of people contributing, and he was concerned that the negativity towards what he said would reflect poorly on the other maintainers of the project. So he was really concerned and spent a lot of time in the circle. I reached out to him because I was concerned for him. I was like, hey, you're getting negativity you don't deserve. This sucks. It's not going to feel right, but I need you to just go offline for a week or two. Just sign out, go do other things. Here's my phone number. I'm here if you need to chat. Just go chill. You didn't do anything that wrong here. The blowback is absurd. Don't take it personally. Don't blame yourself for any of it. Just go away until it's better. I don't think our friend Mattia has that, which is why Mattia went here instead. He doesn't have people who notice when he is spiraling. He doesn't have relationships and friendships and people who trust him because he just steals their code and tries to sell it. Mattia has to have a reason this is all happening. And the reason can never be that he screwed up. The reason has to be someone else, something bigger, something he can blame so he never has to deal with what he has done. And that thing is me. And I doubt he watched this far, but if he did, or if you're in a similar place, and I've seen this happen so many times, I can't emphasize enough, the best thing you can do by far is get the fuck outside. Leave the internet chaos. Our brains are not wired to be told even 3 negative things in one day. Like the human brain cannot handle a pile of negativity at once. It's not built for that. So don't pretend it is. Don't let your brain go through the crazy mental gymnastics to figure this circle out. The human brain is not built to process this. If you try to, you will hurt yourself, and you might hurt others in the process. Chat has summarized this really well. This is the longest possible way of saying go touch grass. Yeah. Yeah. I've already seen this one. If it's more than 3 hours ago, I've seen it. If it's more than 1 hour ago, I've probably seen it. Yep. These are fair points. Until we have more info, and I don't think it'll make it into this video, but there will absolutely be a pinned comment. If we do find actual malicious behaviors and actions the extension is taking, we will absolutely document those. I still think there's a decent chance it's not malicious. And if we go back to my good faith up here, that his dumbassery led to him building something that looks identical to someone actually being malicious. And instead of accepting that and asking for help or doing anything responsible, he did everything as bad as possible from that point forward. It's possible it's not actually malicious. It has endless potential to be malicious, and his horrible behavior suggests it probably is or will be used for that in the future. But as the commenters are saying, it is a little weird that GitHub jumped on this as hard as they did, but hasn't yet given us the actual thing that it's doing. Somebody said they DM me the obfuscated code. Let me go look at that quick. Ooh. This is good. Thank you, Red Street. Hopefully I got your name right. It is persistent settings. Ooh. You made a README for me too. This is super, super helpful. Huge credit to Redstone Wizard here for going ham on the DOP here. Figuring out what's actually going on in this project. Mac was struggling with that extraction, but now we have it. Hop over and use our favorite theme. Investigation README. I don't want augment right now. I want this. Cool. Okay, my face is covering it. I'll switch the sidebar over. Cool. A lot of JS files aren't fully obfuscated. We're spending a lot of time figuring out how to obfuscate or work. Can tell these strings are basically all we need to care about. For the most part, logic itself is pretty plain and normal. The obfuscator is more about tainting names of things and hiding those names rather than actually modifying functions and stuff. Fun. The file he said to check out was, let me double check here. I say Red Street's my bad. Redstone Wizard. Thank you so much, Redstone. Really appreciate it. It was outsource. Cool. Thank you. Jesus fuck. Assuming it was lib. You said extension was the scary one, right? Outsource. Oh, you have the D off. There we go. Cool. Pretty interesting, but not bad. Okay. Get absolute path. None of this seems that bad immediately. Doesn't say this is a weird one, right? Why does this have access to like Darwin and library and shit? This is sketchy as fuck, actually. Yeah. Okay, so the library slash A and then plication is separate. So that's like a bad deop. What that is slash library slash application is a path that it has and has access to. It's almost like if it needs that path, it's executing things with that path. That's dangerous. It's accessing directories it absolutely shouldn't. Yeah, it just splits all the strings a whole bunch. Is the VS Code version is when he is just arbitrarily writing shit to file system. It is. Yeah, you can't just write to file system in your icon pack, bud. Honestly, I don't care if this is malicious or not. You can't just do this. I'm in the wrong file. This one's dangerous, but if there's worse, that's scary if there's worse. .withstrings.js. Aha. Oh, you did even better here. Okay. Okay. Define property. Okay. Persistent settings file path. Join. Get all persistent settings path. Code OSS. Yeah, he's just writing shit into the VS Code like application path. This is bad. My last attempt at good faith, quick. It's possible he convinced himself that the only way to do what he wants to with the extension is to modify the VS Code binary directly. You can't just do that. You can't just write to the VS Code install. This will corrupt shit. Modifies the application support JSON. Okay, so it's not actually writing in the binary, but it's fucking with the application support like file that it uses as its like application behaviors. You can't just write to that. There are APIs for this, and if they don't work for what you're doing, you're not supposed to do the thing. Considering how much work it took for us to even deop this, I don't trust anything this guy is doing. Way better. Oh. This sync, make your sync. Yeah, this is chaos. Just like executing random file system stuff to try and get data that should be exposed to the API in the SDK is insane. Yeah, it's likely he's trying to like hack his way around migrating preferences between different versions of VS Code or from different versions of his extension. But this isn't stuff you're supposed to do in a VS Code extension. I'm surprised they even let you publish extensions that have FS in them. That's a huge surprise to me. Again, best attempt at good faith. It's possible he's just dumb and thought this was all okay. But when you close source the code, obfuscate the code, terrorize everybody who has questions, and work around every single restriction put in front of you, insanity. It's just clear that this dude is more than willing. Like when a wall is put in front of Mattia, he doesn't ask why. He grabs the nearest sledgehammer and just starts slamming. We got any updates from GitHub on all this? Or from Microsoft? Yeah, I don't want to doubt the work of the VS Code team or their security researchers because they have been working overtime, like 24 hours straight, basically trying to get everything they can to do this all right. And the way it's been put to me from them is like, they don't do this for fun. Like they've never done this like unprecedented level of like takedown before. My guess is that they have more info than we do, but everything we have dug into here, while incredibly sketchy, not great. It's a typo. Yeah. Yeah, for what it is worth, if Mattia hadn't overreacted to the extreme that he did throughout all of this, and it was an honest mistake, he was obfuscating code that was bad and has dependencies that are bad and had things in his code that could potentially be massive security risks and refused to do anything about it and was also going out of his way to hide it, fuck him. He has given us no reason to trust him. All of this said, this is not the first time this has happened. There have been examples of this in VS Code before with, I was planning on going into this earlier, but the video is already too long. The Developers of Victims 2 research published last year where they found 5.6% of analyzed extensions out of 52K that had suspicious behavior, which jeopardized the integrity of the dev environment and potentially leaked sensitive information on the developer's product. They also call out that VS Code didn't have good and practical security controls, and they kind of let extension code run wherever. It's kind of funny because when you open up a folder in VS Code, it says, hey, are you sure you want to let this code run? But extensions, it just does it. It's whatever. It's also of note that these 5.6% aren't, these are viruses that are bad. It is, they are doing things that could absolutely be bad, and they're not being audited enough. Google's solution to this is that they require you to submit your build for a Chrome extension, not obfuscated. They used to let you do whatever. Now they're very strict about it because Chrome extensions, VS Code extensions, all of these extension things often have crazy access to everything you do. You have to be able to check it in some way. And if a developer goes out of their way to hide it, and they have everything set up to do malicious things, and they refuse to acknowledge any of this, and when you do take action, they go fucking mad and try to circumvent that all the time. Every detail of this situation seems like somebody who is trying to ship malware. Every action Mattia has taken has been an attempt to ship malware. The only way that what he did isn't malicious is if he is literally like learned how to code a month ago and doesn't understand basic social etiquette. So if we assume that Mattia doesn't know a thing about code, that Mattia doesn't understand basic social dynamics around open source, which fair, we have proof of that. If we assume that Mattia is just so dumb in bad faith that he would behave like this anyways, then maybe the code isn't actually malicious. Oh, fun. Apparently the original author wrote a lot of the code you're just looking at. It is all commented out, though. Sure you linked the right thing here? What is this? Oh, you tagged the wrong file in the link. That's the problem. Okay. President settings. Okay. This is pre-obfuscation. This still shouldn't be a thing. You know what? Phase, I'll put this in the editor's notes too. Cut all the time I spent trying to analyze this code. Just remove all of that. Instead, when I'm about to start, do this. I just spent way too much time trying to audit all of everyone's deobfuscation attempts. Some people were incredibly helpful, including Yash in chat, who's been just incredibly helpful. He deobfuscated most of the thing and is finding old code that is related to all of this stuff, as well as Redstone Wizard here, who has been very, very helpful. It is our understanding at this point in time that the code that we are looking at isn't inherently malicious, but does absolutely, especially with the obfuscation, set you up to do malicious things without anyone noticing. It's like there's a bunch of bad things in this box that could potentially destroy stuff. The box used to be transparent, so we could see inside and be like, yeah, those things are bad, but you're not using them in a bad way. Now it's entirely opaque. You cannot see inside of this box at all. And it's still doing all of these things. And whenever you question it, the dude goes insane. I'm happy I did the good faith exploration early on, because I think the point I was trying to make there was honestly kind of right. I don't think he was intentionally being malicious with his code. I think Mattia is just an incompetent developer and really entitled and struggling a lot with the fact that most of the things associated with him in this world are very negative because he is a bad person. The fact that he is a bad person, he has bad dependencies, he's obfuscated everything, and he is being this bad faith about everything to do with it, and he's trying to circumvent every single restriction put in front of him, implies that he is being malicious with the code. But I will be totally honest with you guys, I don't think he is smart enough to write malicious code, and most of the AI tools he's probably using would refuse to do it. So I think that's where I'm going to wrap this one up. This dude is a terrible combination of narcissistic and stupid. And the result is he can't get out of his own way. He is doing things that absolutely can and probably are, or he's doing things that absolutely could be and probably are dangerous. And he will never take any feedback or critique for the stuff that he is doing. This type of person who should not be trusted for anything ever. This extension should not be used. Anything else he publishes should not be touched. He needs to grow up, and he needs to apologize for all of the chaos that he has caused here. I sincerely doubt he will, because he is still claiming this whole world's conspiring against him and trying to ruin everything. But until someone can show me source code or deobfuscated source code of the exact bad thing that is going on, I will continue to say he's bad, he wrote bad code and should not be trusted. But I doubt he is capable of actually doing something malicious. What a wild ride. I hope you guys enjoyed going through the chaotic research journey here. You're saying he did nothing wrong. No, he did literally everything wrong. He's just not smart enough to acknowledge the things he did wrong and instead gets worse. YouTube chat sucks. I'm going to just Twitch for now. Yeah. Hope you guys enjoyed this wild ride. What a journey. Be careful with what themes you use. Be careful with what extensions you install. Be careful when lunatics do the things that this dude did. They should not be trusted. They should not be worked with. They should absolutely be avoided. And yes, chat, he was not the creator of any of the things he is maintaining at this point in time. My fork will not be updated beyond removing things that probably shouldn't have been there in the first place. I would recommend not using it unless you really, really, really like the whatever the fuck, the whole material ecosystem. Hopefully somebody else will fork it so I don't have to maintain mine anymore. But just go use a reasonable theme. I just moved to the new Cursor Dark, or I don't even know. It's the, Cursor Dark Midnight is what I'm using. I used to use Poimandris. It's really good. There's better themes. But honestly, if you don't care, just use one that came with your editor. That's what's going to be the most safe. And if you're one of those people that has 100 Chrome extensions installed and 200 VS Code extensions installed, go remove all of them. None of this is worth the risk. This has been a tiring journey. I'm going to go update my blog post to make sure it doesn't accuse him of shipping malware, just of doing things that look a hell of a lot like it. And if he comes out, owns all of this, acknowledges that the things he did absolutely looked bad and screwed up with all of the comms, and actually owns all of it and apologizes to all of the parties he's wronged in the process, I'll take down this blog post, I'll take down my video, and I'll make a public apology. But until that point in time, I stand by my statement. Mattia Astorino is a dangerous individual that you should do everything in your power to avoid, both him and the things he creates, to the best of your ability. And people who operate the way he does have to either be malicious or stupid. And I will let Mattia tell the world which one he is. Has to be one or the other, though, because the things he has done cannot be good faith. He's either stupid and narcissistic or malicious and narcissistic. Or maybe, just maybe, some crazy combination of the two. I feel like I'm going insane right now, so I'm going to wrap this one up. Thank you all for hanging out. Until next time, peace, nerds. Mercury diffusion LLM? I did not. Send that over, Canada. I am very curious. Elixir. Did he say? Yeah. Interesting. This is fascinating. I'm not smart enough to responsibly cover this. That is pretty nuts. Paying close attention to that later. Oh yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'll record a quick thing for that. AI survey thing for AI UI vid. Cool. Phase, sneak this into that video anywhere that makes sense. I trust you guys to figure somewhere out. We're talking about AI dev stuff and AI chats a whole bunch. Just a quick thing I wanted to shout out. The State of Web Dev AI survey. This is a really useful thing for people like me, and I'm sure even people at OpenAI, to have to better understand what's going on in the AI world and how people are benefiting from it and perceiving it. So if you care, there's a link in the description. Go give the survey a quick read through. It only takes like 10 minutes. The questions are actually really good, and I'm so excited for the results. It's running until March 10th, so go give it a shot. It literally takes 10 to 15 minutes to go through. You can do it on a phone. Would love to see the results of this, especially if we can get more of our community in it. Thank you. Bunch of shit's dropping right now, huh? I'm so curious. I'm so excited to get my next video out, or not the next video, the like one about getting a job in tech right now, because there's so many of those types of things that just drive me mad, and I want a thing I can point them at. If things are being deleted, it's if you link something in chat, YouTube might just automatically randomly delete it. And the t3.gg, if you at me, is sometimes considered a link and might get you busted. Thank you for adding that detail for me, Sporto. I don't know if I can do anything about that there. Oh, raw code has a VS or is a VS code. Yes, I can do this. I'll add that right now. Click the bar. What bar? This bar? Oh, haha. There we go. Oh, is that a thing that is broken in Arc right now? Or Zen? Because I can't click it. It doesn't work. That's fine. I'll fix it in a minute. I want to film this quick. Cool. Real quick thing from a VS Code team member. Pretty important here. Wanted me to ask if my viewers would report abuse if they ever see anything malicious on the marketplace. There's a lot of you guys here that use a lot of these extensions. It's not that hard to download their code and take a look. If you ever see anything that's sus, don't be scared to report it as abusive, even if you're not sure. Their team is really good. These guys take this stuff super seriously. They're working hard on making the comms better and doing everything they can to make the ecosystem as safe as possible. And it's a huge difference from my experience with the Chrome team, who just like kind of sit in a corner and twiddle their thumbs and pretend they're doing something to keep the world safe when they're not. These guys have been so much more responsive and involved than I ever would have expected. They've been great to work with. Don't be scared to hit that button. Give them the opportunity to keep us all safe. And I'm not the only one who feels that way. Everyone's taking this super seriously. We see the work you guys are putting in, and we appreciate it a ton. So thank you all, VS Code team, for the hard work. And to anybody else watching, don't be scared to hit that report button. Good people are keeping an eye on these things. The Mattia did nothing wrong statement is a bit absurd because he did so much wrong 2 months ago and has done a ton wrong after. Mattia might not have published a virus intentionally, but every single thing Mattia has done before, after, and even during has been as bad as possible. I think all the subs I missed quick. God, it's already 7 o'clock and I filmed 2 videos. Fuck me. This one is absolutely high priority. We thank all the subs I missed, and we're going to film at least one more. Okay, I think I got all of you guys. Okay, I got you guys. Redstone Wizard, thank you so much. Furman _ with the Prime. And again, Redstone, for all the help with the obfuscation stuff there too. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. We got Kasi Dev with the Prime. Jode Navarro giving a sub over to Aiden. Appreciate that a ton. Nikolai, always good to see you, man. I saw you earlier. Thanks for all the help. 9 Shell with Prime. Dami G with the Prime. Sanity later, 33 months to tier 1, 34 total. Fucking legend. 2 months off the 3-year. CD Batogs at the Prime. HD negative. 2 years in now. Appreciate that so much. And yeah, the same guy created a bunch of drama. He's just done nothing but drama because he feels so entitled to his set of hex codes that were previously Apache 2 licensed. We got Yordis here, 17 months in. Tier 3, fucking legend. Thank you so much for the support. Baginski with the Prime. And Fuzzy Lollipop with the Prime. Thank you all again. He couldn't mute me because he wasn't the one running the call. It was GeoHot who defended me. Oh, God. Oh, God. That's funny. Yeah, they just don't know what the fuck they're doing then. I don't ever want this preview feature thing. Oh, God. Remember everybody earlier was like, yeah, Svelte so much faster than React. How much faster would a tool like T3 Chat be if you use Svelte? Your framework's not going to save you from writing shit code, guys. Pretend all you want. This is the worst chat app I've ever used, and it's written in Svelte. Yeah, I'll do my test, the 1 through 0. It's getting them in order, at least. You can have the best hammer ever made and still miss the nail. Perfectly summarized. I think I'm going to do this one, and then we're going to wrap up because it's getting late. I went way too hard on those 2 videos. Okay, I think we're good to go. Let's just do it. Yeah, I want to be writing code. I've wanted to be writing code this whole time so bad. I was half late because I was writing code, and I want to go back and write more. We'll get to it in a minute. Anyways. If you haven't been paying attention, if you've been paying much attention to me over the... I want to start this one. I have a lot of different projects that I'm working on right now, and most of them are using very different tech. All of them have one thing in common, though. They're using TypeScript. Maybe not for the whole thing, but at least for a... I'm working on a lot of different projects right now, and there isn't too much overlap between them. There's one thing in particular they all have in common, though. They're all using TypeScript. There's a lot of other overlaps, but the TypeScript is the one key piece. Maybe they're not using it for everything, but most of them are using it for a lot of things. And because of that, there are frustrations I've been having with TypeScript. One of those is try catch. I don't think this is a good pattern. You guys know I don't love Golang, but at the very least, they got some things right here. They kind of force your hand and make you handle errors. TypeScript doesn't care. Errors aren't even typed. Your returns are. Your errors, who knows? You call a function, it might error, it might not. You have no way of knowing unless you've read all of the code that it has and it calls. No more. I am too tired of this. And as of early last year, I think, I solved it. I wrote a pretty jank solution, but it's actually pretty good. I posted it on Twitter and people loved it. So I'm going to take some time to break down this interesting code what it does well, what it does poorly, what other options you have, and most importantly, what you should be doing about the errors in your code. Because all of us as TypeScript devs need to be handling our errors a bit better, unless you're Ethan Nicer, but all the rest of us should probably be doing more of this. But since code isn't paying and as many errors as, I want a good transition for this one. Sadly, wrapping errors with viral tweets doesn't pay the bills or my team, so we're going to do a quick sponsor break and then dive right in. Cool. If you're a Go dev, this probably looks pretty familiar. I even went as far as, let me find my post. I gotta find my QT. I did the, there it is. I couldn't help myself but make a few jokes. I was surprised so many people liked this. I thought it would do well, but I basically tricked 3,000 plus JS devs into admitting the fact that Go does some things right. Because Go's pattern is whenever you call something, you have to deal with the error before you can use the data. The difference being Go is whatever the opposite of type safe is. It's not dynamically typed. It's like question mark typed. It just does what it feels like and you hope for the best. Real languages have types. And yeah, this is nice because at the very least, data is typed. I'll show you guys how this works. I actually put the code here. So if anybody wants to go grab it and play with it themselves, feel free. We're going to copy this, throw it in TS Playground. Let's play. So here I have that code. We have our try-catch function. Let's make a fake async function. Do math. This function has a math.random call. We'll just assign this const value equals math.random. If value is greater than 0.5, throw new error too large. Else we return value. So this function, as far as TypeScript's concerned, just returns a number. So if I use this somewhere, like const some data equals await do math, console.log some data. As far as TypeScript's concerned, some data's a number. If we do our little shicky2/ here, we'll see const some data is number. That is bad because right now, half of the time, we're actually not getting data, we're throwing. And if I change this to be greater than -1, now this code throws 100% of the time, and we're not handling that here at all. As far as TypeScript cares, number is what some data is, and some data always exists as far as it knows. So what ends up happening is if this isn't some data, it's because there's an error that was thrown, and now, because we're not handling it, it gets thrown up, and whatever called this hits the error instead. Since we're in the top scope, we're not calling this in a function, everything falls apart. So what do we have to do? If we know this can error, we can try to do it. We can assign the value in here and then catch error, console.error, error. But now that value doesn't exist. Now we don't have some data because it was defined in this block. I could move all of my code into the block, but that sucks. Having to be multiple indents, and especially if you're calling multiple async things. Okay, let's say we want to add some data to another do math call. Then I can try again. Oh, or const more data equals await do math. Console.log sum of some data plus more data. Catch again. Error. Console.error. Error. And what's even worse here is we don't know, or what's even worse here, like this is already bad. See how tabbed in we are for this basic math we want to do? What's even worse is if we rethrow this error, then it gets caught here and we lose track of what's going on. We have no way of really knowing where an error happened unless we manually handle all of this. This is horrible. No one should have to write code this way. So here's what I did. Equals, try, catch, do math. Now we have some data, which is number or null, and error, which is error or null. And watch where this gets really, really fun. We're going to move this into a function because I want this to be more realistic. We put this in here. If error, return error unable to process. I'm going to put an async here. And now that we've escaped on this error case, some data is a different type. The type changes to number. Before we check the error and handle it, it's number or null because we don't know yet, because we haven't checked if there's an error yet. If there is an error, we return. Now we actually know this exists. Let's do that extra layer we just had too. Const data, more data, error. This is the one annoying. So you said it should be an array. It makes the types a little annoying. I would be willing to cave, but yeah. Error, more error. I'll change this to be some error. Let's be consistent. Equals await, try, catch, do math. And if I was to try and add these, we'll get an error because more data might be null. You can't add a null to a number. So if more error, return error unable to process. And suddenly this is safe. Tell me honestly, let me format this a little better. Gonna clean this up a little bit because I want you guys to honestly tell me that this isn't 100 times better than whatever the fuck is happening here. It's not one of those like, I have opinions, you have opinions, they differ. One of these is just waiting for a bad change that passes code review to cause tons of problems. The other one actually describes what's going on. This is an obvious significant win. Thankfully, most of y'all appear to agree. It isn't 100 times better, it's 1,000 times better. Yep. Yeah. People are catching on to what we can do instead. To be clear, though, this solution is meant to be a bare minimum. I don't think try catch is the solution to almost any problems, especially once you're in a async world. I think, at the very, very least, for almost every codebase I've ever been in, try catch shouldn't be a thing you do with try and catch. I've had so many bugs in so many projects that are weird nested try catch blocks doing things that don't make sense because humans do not think that way. It doesn't work. So if you're already using try catch blocks, this code here, which again is published in a gist that is linked in the description, it is 25 lines of code that will make everything you do significantly safer and a lot easier to handle these errors. I would highly recommend, as a bare minimum, you copy this code. I get nothing for it. I don't care. I'm not doing this. I want to be popular for getting my code into people's code bases. I think this should be set as a bare minimum for how you handle errors when you do weird async stuff. That said, it is absolutely the bare minimum. And recently, I've been putting work in to do better. There are two specific solutions I want to talk about. as I said, we have the lowest tier path, which is what I did. So fine tier, Theo's try catch wrapper. I think it's good, but it's not the only solution. I want to talk about two others that are really important. Those are effect.ts. There's a lot of other things to call effect. I think they just call it effect now because it kind of is its own language. And never throw. If we were to rank these by effort, put on a line, this side is low effort. It's basically a free drop and you don't have to change anything. This side is high effort, where the thing is going to require you rewire your brain and your code base significant amounts. Effect is here. My try-catch wrapper. Let me redo that take, actually. Cool. So given these three options and this spectrum, effect, rewire your brain, or be born as Ethan Nicer. Those are basically your only options. Low effort, low friction, easy to just drop in your code base and get back to work. You don't even need to npm install. You just copy paste. Try catch. And then never throw, which is an interesting in-between of the two. I think never throw will be the easier to digest. So now that you hopefully understand why this is good, we're going to move on to why I've been using never throw more. I just realized I'm in the wrong browser. Switch back over to Zen. Cool. Never throw is a pretty literal name for what the package is. It is meant to encourage the idea of result type. The result type is a really important thing to understand. What I did with my playground here and with my helper function there is kind of brute force a result type into more traditional TypeScript by defining a success, which is data exists, error is null, as well as defining a failure, where data is null and the error exists. Now, a result is either success or failure, and the try-catch function returns a result, which is either a success or a failure. Do you see where we're going here? Right now, the error only happens via try-catch. But what if, instead of just blindly try-catching here and not even knowing the type of the error, it just is error unless we manually pass something else? What if, at all levels, we returned something that looked like this? What if instead of just returning if the data's there and throwing if it's not, we went out of our way to make sure at every single level, at every single layer in our code, we always returned. We never threw. See where the name comes from? The point of never throw is to keep you from ever using throw calls. Never throwing, it's literal. Instead, you return error. Let me find some code that is hopefully not too bad to share. I actually know right what to do. Cool. Nice. Here is some actual code inside of T3 chat. This code originally was a mess. We introduced the try-catch wrapper. It helped a ton. But it was so complex that it needed more. And I wasn't ready to bite the effect bullet, as I'll describe more in detail soon. So I decided to give never throw a real shot for the first time, hoping I could use it in a relatively minimal way. And I kind of could. This is the verify request function. This takes in an already validated through Zod request and makes sure the things you're requesting when you send a message are allowed. Things like you're an authenticated user, or that you're like token. Or this checks for things like, are you an authenticated user? Are you a subscriber? Did your reCAPTCHA token check pass? Did it fail? All of these things are handled here. And if we hover over what verify request returns, it's a result that is either verified request params or verify request error. And if we go to the route TS code where this is all being called, you'll see here, verified request is await verify request validated input. If verify request dot is error, I grab the error. And here's where it gets really cool. Error dot type is strictly defined. It has to be identification failed or model failed or request too long. It has to be one of those because they're not being thrown, they're being returned. It says we are always returning error or returning a result as we do down here, but we wrap it with OK. Now we know the result has to be one of these two things. It has to be an error, and if it is, it has to be one of the things contained with an error. And if it's not, it has to be OK. And if I return anything that isn't error or OK wrapped, this doesn't work. So if you're working on a system like we are with this, where there's a lot of different layers things can fail, and we want to make sure that we know what error happened where, so that I can send the right message down to the user, so I can return something specific if the CAPTCHA failed versus your auth failed versus the model's offline versus you requested a model that you should be a sub for, but you're not a sub. Now I can return the right message to the user depending on the condition because I know every single condition it can be in. And this goes up and down too. I have my count tokens for request function here, and that function will return different types of things. What actually, does this ever error? Now, what was the other one in here? Let me find a better example here. Yeah, model verification. Where this gets really fun is when you nest things up and down. So this function always returns error or OK, but it also calls other functions, and those functions might throw too. So here in verify requested model and features, I went and made changes so that it will always return error of some form or OK. Now I know that when I've done this, oops, lost the file I was in. Now I know that when I've done this, that it has to be in one of those states. So if model verification isn't an error, then we're good to go. And if it is an error, that I can forward up the thing that describes what that means here. I could just return the error itself here if I wanted. If I wanted to just return like the error that we got before, I can. Model verification dot error. Now it's bad because verify model error doesn't match the type of the errors this returns, because this returns a verify request error. I could change this to be a verify model error as well, but I chose to let this function return something different because I have to. I have to make a decision because this errored. And if I don't, then I can't use the data. And this is the benefit here. Now, when I have a function that can error, I can't just call it and pretend it didn't error. I have to be very explicit that it didn't error. And to everyone in chat saying this is way over-engineered, I envy you. I genuinely envy you guys for having never worked in a code base that is complex enough that you're drooling over this. Because I've worked on a lot of things like long-lived services such as Twitch, things that use a ton of weird APIs and browsers and Electron, things that could error in all sorts of different ways. It sucks. You need a way to know what went wrong. And as your code base gets bigger and more things can go wrong, having your code be very explicit about what right looks like and all of the things wrong looks like is a huge win. This is a cool solution because it's also not as aggressive as other alternatives. I'm not going to say it was drop-in. It took real work to make these changes and make this code work well this way. But it does. It's actually very nice now. It's significantly more readable, and at every single layer, we know exactly what is happening. And when you have code that can return 40 plus different types of errors, It is so, so valuable. This is too many levels of indirection. What you did with 25 lines was way better. No, because we don't know what error it is. And that's the thing. At every layer, we lose the error. If I did this in a different way, if I did this using my try-catch wrapper, we wouldn't know what the error was up top. We would just get error back. And now I can just return that. But what we were doing before, I can probably find the diff. What we were doing before was if error.includes special string, return this case. Or if error includes this special string, return this. We're still doing a little bit of that, but it's not if it includes it. It's if the error type is this one specific thing. Now we can do exhaustive checks. I could even do a switch statement here that is exhaustive because we know error has to be one of these two options. Either the rate limit was hit or our code checking the rate limit errored out some way. That is awesome. That is huge. The fact that I can identify the difference between error types means this code can behave in ways that make significantly more sense. Huge win. I was skeptical too, because I literally wrote an alternative that's used all over this code base. Here I'm using it on the client. Error, await, try catch, do event processing. If error, I throw an error that I couldn't process the event. This is for Stripe checkout stuff. Just useful debugging things for us. Previously, this would have just, and I almost certainly did this, it was just like this before. And then it would throw, then the user would get an error in the browser. Now they don't. It might still have failed in a way that is important, but at the very least, I have a console log they can show me as we figure it out. I have my verify fingerprint code that uses it. I have my IndexedDB shim that does it. So when I try to sync the database from the server, I use this here as well. It is really nice for these one layer deep things. If the async stuff's only going down or up one way, this is fine. As soon as there are layers in nesting amongst the things that can fail, as soon as the failures occur and get more and more complex, it is more and more valuable to have a tool. It becomes more and more valuable to have a tool like Neverthrow. It isn't perfect though. I personally don't love how it handles async stuff. Let me see if I can find a good example. Cool. In browser request, I have a bunch of result async. Here's where I find the Neverthrow pattern to be a little rough. You can take a promise that doesn't follow the Neverthrow standard of always returning error or result, like get rate limiter, which as far as everything here is concerned, will always just return this all. Actually, I did change this. This is using Neverthrow, but it's async, so I can't just await and expect it all to be fine. There are other layers within it that can throw. So I wrap it with a from promise call. But here's what's really annoying. If I delete this and then, this seems totally fine and normal. I check if it's an error. Cool. Const value equals internal rate limit dot value. What is the type of value here? Oh, it's a result type. I haven't confirmed what the contents are yet, so I can't unwrap it yet. Because it's possible this is in a state that isn't good. Because this async function, this get rate limiter, is returning okay or error. Now I have to unwrap that, so to speak. And that is what this and then did. And this is where the model starts to get annoying. The fact that when I start chaining things with async, each chained layer has to be unwrapped, which is what and then does. It's not just then. And then handles an unwrap and an error case as well. I hate this. I hate this so much. I also hate that whenever I'm heavily using Neverthrow, I have to do my least favorite thing. Return types everywhere. I don't like return types. The thing about return types, or the one good thing about return types, or if you don't know why I hate return types, watch my video on it. It's a little old, but they break things in TypeScript. They're not great. They make it easy to override things you don't want to. However, it's real important. They are still native to TypeScript. And this is where we need to dive into effect. Effect markets themselves as the best way to build robust apps, be faster, and all these other things in TypeScript. And a lot of the smartest people I know are effect diehards. People like Ethan Nicer, people like Julius contributing on our team. They're some of the best engineers I know, and they're all in on effect. If you want proof, you don't have to look very far. Let me find something quick. Here's the upload thing code base. The public one, the open source one. Effect occurs 804 times in this code base. We use it heavily. Okay, it's including use effect. I just search for add effect instead. It has 60 plus imports. We're using it all over the place. It's super, super useful. We have benefited greatly from introducing effect to our code base for both the packages for upload thing as well as the infra for upload thing. The problem is that it requires a lot more buy-in. I'm going to make a weird comparison, and I hope this comparison helps emphasize how I feel properly. Back in the day, the web was just JavaScript modifying HTML. As our applications got more complex, we needed better solutions for it. And jQuery came out, which helped make those relationships between the JS and the HTML a lot easier. Things got more complex again, though, and other solutions were introduced to solve those complexities at certain points. But a specific important thing happened. React. When React dropped, they implied and kind of suggested that you can use React for the interactive parts of your website. So if you have like one component that needs to be more interactive or a comment section or things like that, React can make that better. I don't think that's a good way of putting it. I don't think React is a very strong solution as a component in your web page. I think React is a good solution as the root of your web page. If your web page doesn't start with a React tag, it's not a great solution. And the benefits of React are much, much stronger if React is your application. There are other solutions that work better in those more granular, like deeper down use cases. And there's also ones that try to do that but fail, like web components. But React really expects to be the root of your app, and it is strongest when you let it be the root. React is best when you mount it as app, not as a button somewhere down. It works best when you mount it as the app at the top. Why the hell am I talking about React in a video about errors? Try-catch is fixing vanilla.js. I would argue try-catch is kind of the jQuery of the space. Never throw is more something like solid.js, where it can work at these different levels. You can drop it in. It has its quirks. It has its mental model you have to get around. But if you do, you can benefit greatly from it. Effect is React. I will fight day and night with all the effect diehards. They are much smarter than me, and they are probably right about a lot of things that I disagree with them on. They are not right that you can just add effect to a code base. In order to use effect, you have to first rewire your brain And when you are done with it, you then realize you're wrong and have Ethan Nicer hop in a call with you and rewire it for you again, as poor Ben experienced, or you have any of the others from the team help too. We had a lot of help from Johannes when we were moving over to it with Upload Thing. Once your brain is finally correctly wired for effect, you can then go rewire the entire code base. You can't just move to effect. You can't just move your code to use effect in some places. You yourself first have to make the move and understand it. Then you can start rewriting your code base or building a new one using the patterns that it introduces. And those patterns are awesome. It is genuinely really, really cool. I want to find Ethan's blog post on effect being a language. Maybe these guys retweeted it. Here it is. Yeah, cool. I'll have that open for in a sec. If we read through the Y effect, you'll see a lot of things you're already familiar with. We have an example of code here where if b is 0, we throw an error. You can't divide by 0, otherwise we do the division. The type doesn't tell you that this can throw, though. You just assume you can pass it these things and always get a result. But that's not true. It might throw. So now you have to wrap that in a try-catch block. With effect, you can do this very differently. Since divide returns an effect, now we have the condition b is 0. If so, effect fail with can't divide by 0. Otherwise, effect.succeed with the actual solution. You might be like, well, that's weirdly nested. Why are you returning a direct ternary instead of a function body like we did above? You don't have to, but I've seen a lot of effect code at this point, especially in our own code bases. I think effect users just hate brackets. And basically everything they write is a giant ternary like this where every single potential condition is handled and chained, which is cool. It just makes it very hard to parse if you're not used to thinking this way. I want to find a really effecty example in here. You'll see what I mean when you start looking at more effect code, taking more advantage of the functional patterns in it, using things like pipe. Pipe lets you take the result of a function and pass it to the next one, and bubbles up the error if one of them has an error. So instead of writing this code as const value equals effect.map, const value equals effect.flatmap, stuff like that, we don't even have brackets. We just have parens, and we pass the different functions through one at a time. This barely even looks like TypeScript at this point. And as you go deeper and you look at more and more complex effect code, it starts to look less and less like the TypeScript we know and love, especially once you add crazy functionality like tap, which lets you run a side effect without changing the original value, which lets me, in the middle of a process, like here, I have the transaction amount, I want to log it, but I still want to have the amount for the next thing. Effect.tap returns the argument you passed, but lets you do other things. We're talking about a thing where console isn't even lowercase c anymore. They have their own console helper. Do you see what I mean when I say this consumes your whole app? It's a different way of thinking. And it's so different that Ethan just published a blog post, The Truth About Effect. I had you believe effect was a TypeScript library, unlike FPTS, EndeavorThrow, etc., because it shifts work out of the data type and into the runtime. But it is a library still. It's not exactly accurate. In my defense, I didn't realize it myself until very recently. But with effect days around the corner, it's time to come clean about what effect really is. Effect is a language. More importantly, effect is not TypeScript. Effect is a different way of doing TypeScript that is so different it no longer is TypeScript, the same way TypeScript isn't JS. Kind of is, but it is not fair to say TypeScript is JS. It's not fair to say effect is TypeScript. EndeavorThrow is a lot closer to TypeScript. You have to use more of TypeScript in order for it to work the way it's supposed to, but it is much more so TypeScript. The goal of effect isn't to be TypeScript. It is to take advantage of the ecosystem that TypeScript has and use it to make more effective language primitives and make code that is more reliable. The goal of all of these projects, be it my try-catch wrapper, be it Neverthrow, or be it the effect ecosystem, is to make more reliable software, things that error less often, things that we can trust more. Because the quality of software is plummeting, and AI is not helping. It is actually hurting here because it's too easy to write too big of code, and people don't like reviewing it. And as a result, we slowly get more and more errors and more error-prone software. Tools like everything I'm describing here are how we fight back. It's also worth noting this blog post is a reference, it's a great reference, to an old gist from our friend Rich Harris, creator of Svelte. The truth about Svelte. Svelte is a language. I adore the fact that Ethan made this reference. I think it's really cute and a good shout out that is acknowledging the same correct, important details. So that's why I didn't adopt effect. I want to be very transparent with this. I haven't had my full effect click moment. I have had my click moment with everything else on this page and most of the other things I've talked about on this channel. Effect is such a massive pill to swallow that I haven't yet. And honestly, part of why I adopted Neverthrow is so that I don't lose weeks of work being nerd sniped by effect. I know it's going to happen. I know making this video is me getting closer to it happening. And I know I'm about to force a lot of y'all to go down this rabbit hole because I don't think you come back from it. Ethan, if you don't know him, has awesome videos on his YouTube channel. Blew up as soon as he started posting. His first handful are deep dives on effect. And as you see, I've watched them. I've watched them multiple times, actually. And it started to click. I see the value. I am just not ready to make the full move. And thankfully, he is not upset in any way, shape, or form about it. When I posted my try-catch wrapper, a bunch of people jumped in saying, oh, the effect boys aren't going to like it. The reason I brought this whole tangent up is the real effect bros love it because their goal isn't to get everyone using effect. Their goal is to get everybody thinking about their errors. And the only reason you would look at all the things I've showed here and be like, that's not necessary, just try catch, throw it, who cares? Is because you're not thinking about your errors. You just let them happen. And when your software gets big enough and serious enough and complex enough, it's time to start thinking about those errors. And if we want to think about this a little bit differently, instead of low to high, if we think about this a little bit differently, instead of low to high, it's start to end. Try catch is a great way to start thinking about your errors, to be more cognizant of it, and to use them and return the right things when you hit them. Neverthrow is a great place to go when the layering of your try-catch wrappers is getting more and more complex, and you want to make sure the right error gets to the right place and that you know what the hell it is. Effect is when you want your code to never error again. You want to be sure at every single layer, every error case is handled, and you're okay with writing your own wrappers for things like fetch, using a complex wrapper for something like console, and getting super functional programming pilled, and going so deep in it that nobody else at your company that doesn't already know it is going to want to contribute to the code anymore. I say as somebody who's scared to contribute to upload thing now. Think of this like a spectrum of start to finish. And if all of this stuff feels unnecessary to you, just copy paste my wrapper, throw it in the code base, start using it a little bit more. And eventually you'll probably be where I am, where you end up here. And eventually, if the code gets complex enough, you'll probably end up there. And believe it or not, despite me not actually knowing how to use effect properly myself. I am the one who pushed it for the Upload Thing team. I am the one who made the introductions to Johannes and Ethan and all of that crew. And I'm invited to all of the effect meetups and everything because I know it is the right solution. I'm just not ready to learn it yet. So, thank you for getting this deep into a video about error handling, deep enough that I don't mind exposing myself. If you hit the sub button, that'd be cool. I don't got too much else to say here. Just do something with your errors. Don't throw them. Things will only get harder if you do. Java's problems were very different than the way they handled throwing. I'm not going to... As funny as it would be to meet up with Mattia, I'm not leaving the US without a good reason. That's all I got. FaZe, I have a great idea for the outro for this one. Cut it with an error message and like a Windows error sound. Thank you guys as always. Please find some way to handle your errors. Until next time, peace nerds. Cool. So yeah, just find some spot in there. Probably when I start getting ready for the peace nerds part, do it there. I think it'll be really funny. Cool. Trying to give you some more fun after all the pain I recorded for you today. Oh shit, Gary. Happy that you are hanging out here. Appreciate it. Yeah, I did. It's so bad. Has Aiden made a video about it yet? Like on Twitter? If Aiden hasn't, I will do it in a bit. But I want to wrap up. It is 8 o'clock. I've been going for 6 hours and we only got 3 videos done. 3 great fucking videos, to be fair. I make sure my guest gets included. Description, links. Cool. I am content. I thank all the subs I missed while I was doing all that. Thank you guys, Yordis, regardless. Appreciate it a ton. We got the Prime from Baginski. Also, the tier 3 for that long is nuts. Thank you so much. Baginski with the Prime. Fuzzy Lollipop with the Prime. Sorry I was pushing back so hard. You need better error handling when you go deeper. We got Luan with the Prime. We got Tactic Wolf Surface with the Prime. This is actually worth mentioning too. I'll add this one extra marker extra for try catch or for function error vid. Cool. One other thing I almost forgot to mention that I think is pretty important. Arthur made a proposal. I have a whole video about this one already, but I just wanted to bring it up here for try await syntax in JavaScript so that the JS standard itself allows us to have error value okay as the response. So we don't have to do the crazy try catch nesting. Just like build a try function or a try keyword that you can put a function call right after to not need the block. I'm okay with this, but you can also define this yourself as I showed. I don't think the web standard should go out of their way to implement something that's literally a 25 line of code helper or a 5 line of code helper if you're not using types. I don't think it's going to go anywhere. The other proposals were a little more chaotic. This one's a lot more digestible than the others were. It's a really good effort, and I would use it if it was baked in, but I don't think it is necessary. Just my thoughts on it. Anyways. Good stuff. Let's figure out who we're raiding. I'm sad we only got 3 videos out today because I'm about to go on a trip and I think I'll be back in time to film more Wednesday this coming week. Shouldn't be too bad. Is Prime still live? No, they went offline. Who deserves a raid? I haven't given one to in a while. Oh, is Ricky? I just gave Ricky a raid, but he's on a new board setup. He's only an hour in. We're raiding Ricky for sure. Prime had a crew of people at his place. Anyways, have fun with Ricky. I will see you guys next week on Wednesday if all goes well. Thanks for hanging out this late. Super fun stream. Peace, nerds. Goodbye to YouTube as well.